Yoast Seo Plugin, the red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web, it runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan.
Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hello, and welcome back to stage 2. How was that community time, everybody? I know I had fun. I hope you had fun as well. We are currently in Africa now as part of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. Now, WordFest Live not only delivers this festival and educational content and wellness sessions and networking opportunities, but it is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. So if you have a chance, if you can, please do visit that donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization. And speaking of, I've got Dan with me today. He is the brains, the mastermind behind Big Orange Heart. So how are you doing, Dan?
I'm very good, very good. Thank you. A pleasure to be co-emceeing with you in this session. If people were here expecting to see Tom delivering zero waste web design, we're going to do our best to be getting Tom on, as is often the case with such a large scale event in a virtual environment. We have the odd hiccup now and again, and we're just working to get Tom to come and join us here. We can see he's on the live chat. Tom, talking to you directly through the event here. There is a link sitting in your private DM in the private chat there. So hopefully we'll be getting Tom on fairly soon, but I just wanted to come on, have a bit of a chat with you, Angela. I really appreciate the fact that you are part of Big Orange Heart yourself, obviously sitting on the board, being an active member of actually helping to lead and take Big Orange Heart forward into the community. So thank you for all you do across the organization.
Thank you. It's truly an honor, and it's a pleasure to work with you and the rest of the board. So thank you.
Excellent. Well, I think we might have Tom with us. Tom.
Hey, Tom.
Hello.
Welcome here.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sorry about my access problems. That's totally my fault.
No worries.
The joys of these virtual environments, and
Yes.
If we're in a physical room, it's a bit easier to say, "Oh, right, we need you over here."
Yeah, totally.
So, Tom, can I just ask, before you get started, have you shared your slides, or have you got any slides you're going to be sharing?
I have got slides. I have shared them with you, but I have them here on my computer, so I can do a screen share.
We're just going to give you a quick intro. Whilst we're doing that, do you want to just hit the share screen button on the bottom here and just get that set up, and we'll be good to go?
Sure.
All right, excellent. Well, while you're doing that, how about I go ahead and introduce you, Tom?
Great.
If you are joining us just now, we have with us Tom Greenwood, and he is going to be presenting Zero Waste Web Design. Tom is the co-founder of Whole Grain Digital, a green trailblazer in the digital agency world. And Tom is known for writing and speaking about how business design and web technology can be a part of the solution to environmental issues, and is author of the book Sustainable Web Design. Thank you so much for being here, Tom. I'm so glad you made it, and I'm really excited to see your presentation.
Great, thank you. Can you see my slides?
Not yet. At least I can't. Aha, I see them now.
There we go.
You got them?
Yes. Yep, we have your slides on.
Brilliant. Okay, I will crack on then. Thank you so much for having me, guys. So I'm Tom. I won't reintroduce myself. But I am the author of a book on sustainable web design, and that's sort of the theme of what I'm going to talk to you about today, but I'm going to take a slightly different angle to it. I'm going to talk about zero waste web design. So we're all familiar with the concept of waste. It's part of our everyday lives, and we sort of take it for granted that waste is something that, although we like it, we can't really avoid it entirely. The Oxford Dictionary defines waste simply as expending something carelessly, extravagantly, or to no purpose. And waste is all around us, but we shouldn't actually take it for granted. Waste is something that really is quite a modern invention. It doesn't exist in nature. Everything in nature has a value, and everything goes back into the nutrient cycle or the energy cycle and becomes useful again. It goes back to do something else. So nothing is ever wasted in nature. So waste is really a sort of quite a modern human invention. And it was really invented in its modern form in the mid-20th century with the advent of fossil fuels and plastics. Humanity got to a point where it was actually easier to create things, use them once or a small number of times, and throw them away than it was to actually keep reusing things and repairing things and extend their life and put them back to a further use once they were no longer useful. So plastics really sort of made waste ubiquitous in society, and they went hand in hand with consumerism. And by the 80s, consumerism was really kind of the core of modern society, and with it, waste was really something that had reached epidemic proportions. Landfill sites were filling up. All over the world, there were like huge problems of like, what do we do with all of this stuff that we're just throwing away every day? And no one really seemed to have a good solution to this. And so in the 80s, a guy called Daniel Knapp in Berkeley, California, was so frustrated and worried about this problem that he decided that he would try and do something about it himself. So he created he came up with a concept that he called total recycling. And total recycling was really this idea that humans should think about the way we deal with materials and resources in the way that nature handles them. So none ever become waste. We should think of everything as having a value and a future use, even when we don't need the actual item itself anymore. And he said that the aim, the goal of total recycling would be to create zero waste. And he coined this term zero waste that many of us are probably now quite familiar with. And he set up this second-hand and sort of refurbished product market in Berkeley, California called Urban Ore, which is a huge site full of all sorts of things that are salvaged from buildings and businesses, things that would have gone to landfill or incineration, and they find a second life for them. And he was so passionate about this idea that he didn't just set up Urban Ore, he traveled around the world promoting the idea to governments in the hope that governments would take it seriously and try to adopt total recycling as a policy in waste management programs. And he had some success. He actually got, in 1995, he managed to get the government of Canberra, the capital city of Australia, to introduce a No Waste Act, which said that there would be zero waste in the city of Canberra by the year 2010, which is like really pioneering piece of legislation. Sadly, we're now in 2022, and if you Google for the Canberra Zero Waste Act, you don't find very much. And if you visit Canberra, I'm pretty sure you will find some waste. But nevertheless, it was a great idea and a great initiative. But it didn't really catch on in reality. It was very hard to get this delivered. By 1999, the waste problem was getting so big. Time magazine wrote a big article on it. Can we make garbage disappear? And it started with this sentence: whoever said waste not one hasn't had much influence on 276 Americans. And it went on to detail just how big the waste problem had become in America. It wasn't just an American problem. This was a global problem. And governments seemed to be unable to solve this problem. And corporations that were creating the products that were creating so much waste also seemed to be unable to actually deliver any real solutions to the waste problem. And so in the early 2000s, some people started taking it into their own hands. Bea Johnson started a blog called Zero Waste Home, where she detailed her personal efforts to try to live a life without creating any waste, to try to make sure that everything that she used somehow either had a second life, that it either got recycled or that she could repair it and keep it going. Nothing would ever get thrown away and become landfill or go to incineration. And she really inspired a lot of people and sparked an entire zero waste movement that now, sort of 20 years later, has become quite big, with like a whole, you can go all over the world and find shops selling zero waste products now. And the idea was that if governments can't solve this and corporations can't solve this, then we have to solve this ourselves and try to live more zero waste lifestyles. Another blogger, Lauren Singer, has a blog called Trash is for Tossers. And she claims that she can fit 0 years worth of trash into a single mason jar, which is pretty damn impressive. And it's people like Lauren and Bea Johnson who have really inspired so many people to think differently about the materials we're using, about the resources we're using, and actually start to say, okay, let's not take this for granted anymore. Let's actually really sort of challenge the status quo and think about what we're doing and whether there are different ways of behaving, different ways of living. It's really quite fascinating. But why am I talking about this at WordFest? What has this got to do with WordPress or with web design? Well, to answer that, I have to back up a little bit. I started my career in industrial design, so physical product design. And I was also really interested in environmental issues, and I wanted to have a career where I could design things that were meaningful to people, that added value to people's lives, that were useful, but which didn't have a negative impact on the environment. And one of my first ventures into the world of websites and digital was in my final year project at university. I created this website, espdesign.org, which was basically an online guide of how to design physical products with less environmental impact. And I was really passionate about kind of starting my career in this field and trying to change the world of physical products so that we could actually live kind of low waste, low impact lifestyles. And I was lucky enough to get to work on some projects early on after I left university that were sort of exploring this field, and they were really interesting. But within a few years, I really started feeling like whatever I did, I was really going to be scratching the surface. The world of physical products is a very challenging thing to solve. And whatever I design, however lower impact it might be, ultimately it's probably going to end up in a landfill site eventually. And I was a little bit demoralized by this. And maybe I just wasn't optimistic enough. But because I'd been dabbling in digital, I started to think that maybe this was the solution. Digital is virtual. It lives in the cloud. It doesn't physically exist. Maybe if we can create products and services that replace, we can add value to people's lives, we can make society better. Digital really seemed like a panacea to these issues. I started a company in the mid-2000s with my wife, Vanita, which is a WordPress agency that works with positive businesses and charities and tries to sort of use digital technology to have a positive impact in the world. And after about the first 10 years of our business, we decided that we would try and certify as a B Corporation, which, if you're not sure what it is, it's a certification program for the social and environmental impact of businesses. And it's quite rigorous. It's very rigorous. And one of the questions asked in there was about how do you design products? How do you design your products to make sure that they have a low environmental impact? And how do you measure this? How do you reduce this? And because we don't manufacture physical things, we basically skipped this entire section, and we're advised to skip this section because digital products don't have any environmental impact, apparently. But it got us thinking, and it got us questioning this. And we decided we need to validate our assumptions. We need to research this and find out if it's true. And what we found out really surprised us, that digital technology has a huge environmental impact. Just in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, the internet is estimated to be around 2.1 to 3.9% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Put that in context, the whole of the United Kingdom is only 1.1% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and global aviation, an industry that we all think of as being highly polluting and one of the most polluting industries, is only 2.1% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So the internet is equal to or greater than global aviation, and sort of 2 to 4 times the impact of the United Kingdom in terms of its emissions. So this is something that none of us are really talking about, none of us are really thinking about, and yet it's one of the really big issues of our time that we need to solve. So we created a website carbon calculator so that we could quantify, and other people could start quantifying the impact of websites and get a feel for like how big is this impact, and hopefully start thinking about how we can reduce it. And what we found really quickly was that the websites that got really good scores, the ones really low impact in terms of energy and carbon emissions, were really, really old-fashioned. They were really basic, like David and Kay's website, hosted on Raspberry Pi. The Musk Foundation website is just plain text and a few bullet points. This seems strange because in all other industries, products get more energy efficient over time. If you look at like a computer now or a car now compared to 10 or 20 years ago, they get more energy efficient over time. And yet the data we were getting back from our carbon calculator seemed to be suggesting the opposite, that websites were getting more polluting over time, not less. So we started digging into why this might be. If we look at a graph of internet speeds in America over sort of roughly the last 10 years, we see that they've multiplied 5 times. The internet's got massively increased in speed. If you look at website load times over a similar time frame, we find that actually they've really not changed much at all. Websites take roughly the same amount of time to load, sort of incrementally faster on desktop, a little bit slower on mobile, but basically internet speeds have been flat for a decade in terms of website page load times. And the clue as to why this is, you can see in this graph of like median page size, web page size, which on desktop is up 364% over a 10-year period. On mobile, it's up 1,200%. So while the internet's been getting massively faster, web pages have been getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And this really leads to the question, like, are modern websites full of shit? Or waste, sorry. Are they just full of waste? Like, what are we doing? What are we putting in these websites that's making them so big, getting bigger and bigger and bigger? And we're not getting any benefit in speed, but we're also like ever increasing the amount of energy consumed by these products. And if this is the case, like, what's the solution? Should we go back to the 90s? And, you know, I think there's probably lots of people on this event who you know, have some nostalgia towards the early days of the internet and like a bit of retro, but like, is this really what we want for a like modern web? I don't think so. So what's the solution? Well, interestingly, when writing an article about zero waste lifestyles for National Geographic, journalist Stephen Leahy said that contrary to his expectations, people living zero waste lifestyles were not wannabe hippies, but they were people embracing a modern minimalist lifestyle. They told him that it saved them money, it saved them time, and that zero waste lifestyles enriched their lives. Could zero waste approach actually be like a modern minimalist approach to web design? Could it save us money? Could it save us time and enrich the web? Well, I think it can, and I think it could bring a whole load of benefits, including improved web performance, improved accessibility, reduced host costs, easier maintenance, improved user experience, improved search engine rankings, and improved reduced environmental impact. So how do we do it? Well, I think the starting point for this is really to ask ourselves some challenging questions at every stage of every digital project. And really the question is to challenge the existence of things that we may otherwise take for granted. Ask ourselves, do we need this? Do we need this feature? Do we need this design element? Do we need this piece of code? And really try to justify it. If you were in court and you had to justify the existence of this item, could you put together a strong enough argument? Could we do the same with less? Are there more efficient approaches to achieve the same outcome, the same benefit to the end user? And what could we lose without feeling like we've lost anything? What could we lose without anybody even really noticing that anything was missing? Really questions that challenge us to think from a more minimalist point of view. With the foundation of this, we can then go in to look at some more sort of practical techniques of how we can reduce web throughout the sort of web design and development process. The first thing I always suggest looking at is images. Images can be like one of the biggest sources of data consumption on any website. And when it comes to the internet, sort of data is energy, essentially, is a sort of simple equation in your head. And a lot of images are really data heavy and really unnecessary. There was a study done by Nielsen Norman where they used eye tracking technology to see which images people look at on websites and why. And what they found was basically that if an image is not relevant to the content, people's eyes don't even focus on the image. They subconsciously ignore the image entirely. This screenshot from the Yale School of Management about how to apply shows that there's actually a chart at the top of the content on the left-hand side of the eyeballs are sticking to this chart because it's relevant. It's showing you something about the application process. The image on the right of the girls sitting with their laptops is completely irrelevant to the content. It might give you some context that this is a university, we have students, but that's obvious. It's the Yale School of Management. So this image is actually a complete waste of space in the context of this page. It doesn't need to be there. Contrary to the idea that a picture tells 1,000 words, this picture is actually telling people nothing, and they subconsciously know it. So just questioning the existence of images and whether they're relevant to the content can really help us eliminate a lot of waste in web design. But if we are going to use images, then how do we use them more efficiently? Well, let's look at an example. Here's a full screen image of a horse in the New Forest near where I live with the text on top, visit the New Forest. And this image is 1.2 megabytes at full screen as a JPEG. If we said, well, okay, let's say we were going to put this as a banner image on a website, that's huge. What if we halve the pixel dimensions? We halve the pixel dimensions, we more than halve the actual size of the file in kilobytes. And now we can actually create something that might be even a better web design. We don't have to put the text on top of the image, which makes the text more accessible and readable. We have space to actually put some other text underneath it. Now we can just say, visit the New Forest, the magical national park in the south of England, where wild ponies, donkeys, and deer roam free. It really is a wonderful place. You should come and visit. But we can reduce the size of the amount of data used in the images even further. I've now blurred the edges of the image with the horse. And the thing is, when it comes to photographs on the web, detail is data and data is energy. So if we can reduce the amount of detail, we can reduce image sizes. And just by blurring the edges of the image and keeping the horse focused, I've halved the size of this JPEG image again. But we can reduce even further. We can make it black and white because detail is data, right? So color is a form of detail. If we remove the color, we've removed detail. So this black and white image at half the pixel dimensions with the edges blurred is only 120 kilobytes, which is 10% of the size of the original full screen color image. And actually, we could argue that this could be a better user experience, especially because the New Forest, contrary to its name, is 1,000 years old. So actually a black and white image might be more appropriate. We can also look at the file formats that we're using. JPEG is sort of the most common image format used on the web, but it's actually not the most efficient. WebP is now is now compatible with all major browsers, and it's 30% smaller on average than JPEG images. And AVIF files are getting adopted fairly rapidly by browsers, and they're half the size on average of JPEG images. So using modern file formats can massively reduce waste. Just a screenshot showing 96% adoption of WebP images, and AVIF is 67%. This is a really, really high adoption. We can also use image compression technology, so something like Short Pixel or Tiny PNG. Basically, these tools find waste in the files, find data in the files that doesn't actually add any value. So the example here is an image that's 253 kilobytes, reduced to 58 kilobytes with no visual loss of quality. That means that 77% reduction in image size means there was 77% waste in this image. Image compression tools are a really great way of reducing waste, making the web faster, making the web lower carbon. But we can also just design in ways that don't require as many images. We could use typographic design like this, like the Policy and Practice website for Oxfam, which actually moved away from using lots of big banner images to a typographic design language that's much more efficient. And we can also use alternatives to photographs. So we could use vector illustrations or simple just CSS styles to create visual interest in a much lower data, more efficient way. This website writes for children, needed to be super data efficient because it's a website for children living in institutional care who may have very limited access to data. But because it's for children, it also needs to be visually engaging, needs to grab their interest and help them engage with a very important topic, which is learning about their legal rights as children living in institutional care. And so by using vector illustrations and CSS styles and very lightweight CSS animations, create a very visually engaging website that's very, very efficient. This one's of 84% lower carbon than it's cleaner than 84% of web pages tested on websitecarbon.com. But even vector illustrations can be wasteful. Just within an SVG file, we can find all sorts of layers and paths and points on paths that don't need to be there. And actually just spending 5 minutes inside Illustrator cleaning up the layers and the paths can massively reduce the size of an SVG file. If we look at this icon from the Alita Networks website of a knife and fork with a plate, the original SVG file, as it was provided, was 132 kilobytes. 5 minutes in Illustrator, cleaning up the paths, getting rid of unnecessary layers, reduced that down to 3 kilobytes. That's a 97% reduction. That means there was 97% waste because as an SVG image, the actual output of this visually is exactly the same after it's been stripped down. And we can do a similar thing for PNG files. PNG files are not necessarily the most efficient format, but they can be good for things like logos, things that need transparent backgrounds. And you can use a tool like Image Alpha to actually reduce the number of color channels in a PNG file. And by doing that, you reduce the amount of data in the image. So the further you can reduce the number of color channels, the smaller you can get those images. And this picture of a pineapple, maybe not the best example, but this picture of a pineapple was 5.3 megabytes with a transparent background, just by stripping down the number of color channels to the point where you couldn't see that there visually you wouldn't notice any difference. You get it down to 1.1 megabytes. You can really reduce this a lot. Color has a massive impact as well. On modern OLED screens, pixels light up individually, and that means that bright designs, like bright colors like whites and light grays, use a lot more energy on the screen of the end user's device than dark colors. Google found that dark mode on their apps uses a lot less battery energy than daytime mode. And so we can save energy and waste less energy simply by choosing darker color palettes. And you can see on this graph sort of the amount of energy consumed by different colors of pixels, with white being the brightest, blue being the next brightest, and obviously black using minimal energy. So we should think about color as a way of reducing energy consumption. But one of the most wasteful things on websites, and they're not the most common things, but if they do use them, the most wasteful thing you could put on a website is an autoplay video. Autoplay videos use vast amounts of data, using a lot of energy, but they're also consuming people's data without them even asking for it. They haven't even given us permission to take their data, take their money. Brian Chen, a journalist of the New York Times, wrote an article about the scourge of autoplay videos on the web, and he said they demand your attention while burning through your data plan and sucking up your batteries. Like, these are really bad for the user, especially people on low incomes who have limited data plans, and they're also bad for the environment. So we should try and avoid autoplay videos wherever possible. Now, there is one thing on the web that is truly zero waste, and this is system fonts, the fonts that are already on the device. Arial, Times New Roman, Courier New, Helvetica on Apple devices, Roboto on Android devices. Designers tend to not really be big fans of system fonts, but they are truly zero waste. You don't have to load any data, store any additional data. They're already there on the end user's device. And they can be used to good effect. Hotels.com only uses system fonts, and it actually looks pretty good. And I'm sure they're not doing this for environmental reasons. They're probably doing it for web performance reasons, because a lot of their users are on mobile devices in foreign countries, so they've got limited and expensive data. But it just shows how, like, if you really think through the options, you can design with system fonts really, really effectively, and it's really efficient. We can also optimize custom web fonts. So the Inter font family comes with 2,192 characters. It's like half a megabyte per font file. If we subset this down and only include the characters in the English language or whatever languages you're using, the English language only has 98 characters, and it's 39 kilobytes for the font file. And there's free font subsetting tools online. You just Google free font subsetting tool and you'll find one. And also, like images, we can use more efficient file formats. So changing it from TTF to a WAF2 file gets this down to 10 kilobytes. So really, really small. So optimizing fonts is another good one. Now, the Zero Waste USA website, which sells you all sorts of zero waste products or low waste products, seems to only have about 4 colors. It's a pretty simple web design. But if we look at the CSS using the tool cssstats.com, we find it has 555 total color declarations. And there's a whole bunch of like microscopic variations of colors throughout the whole website. Using cssstats.com is a really great way of identifying waste in your CSS and finding out where are you repeating the same things over and over again. And creating a design language that specifies the styles once and you reuse them again and again without recreating them is another way of reducing waste in your code, and also making it easier to maintain. Tracking can be really wasteful. All sorts of tracking scripts have to be loaded. That's energy and data, and then once they're on the device, they're consuming energy doing the tracking while invading people's privacy, and then they're sending data back to data centers that has to be stored and interpreted. Like, so much energy is being used, so much data is being used, and it's not really the advantage of the user. That we have these ghastly cookie banners that ruin user experience. Can we eliminate tracking or reduce tracking? Because tracking can be really, really wasteful. And I think the answer is yes. Like Google Analytics as a standard is 17 kilobytes. Add Google Tag Manager, you get it up to 75 kilobytes, and you need a cookie banner. But there's also minimal GA, which is basically a stripped down version of Google Analytics tracking code that does most of what most people would want it to do. And it's 1.5 kilobytes. And then we've got alternative independent options like Fathom at 1.2 kilobytes, Plausible at less than a kilobyte for the tracking script. And neither of these use cookies, so you don't need the cookie banner. It's far more efficient, better user experience, privacy friendly, really good options. And also, this is true of advertising. Like, there's an assumption that we need tracking in order to generate advertising revenue, but it's not necessarily true. When GDPR came in, the Dutch national broadcaster NPO decided, unlike most other organizations, that they were going to comply with the letter and the spirit of GDPR, and they were going to get rid of all personalized tracking on their website. And people said it would be a commercial disaster for them. But when they did this, they actually found that serving contextual ads instead of personalized ads increased their revenue dramatically. Even after the market shock of COVID, their year-on-year advertising revenues were still up month on month. So it just shows we need to challenge these assumptions. We should also look at the libraries we're using. Libraries can be super useful and they can definitely save us time in development, but they also can bundle in lots of things that we're not using. And I think we need to question like what we consider a small library or a bloated library. jQuery is something that I think most people think is relatively efficient. It's not that big, it's like 29 kilobytes. But the Sustainable Web Manifesto, the entire homepage is like only 27 kilobytes. It's smaller than jQuery. And when we first created this, we had a Gravity form for the sign-up form, and Gravity Forms is bundled in with jQuery. jQuery is 29 kilobytes. It more than doubled the size of the page. Simply by getting rid of Gravity Forms and having a simple form that doesn't use jQuery, we could keep the web page down to 29 kilobytes. We also look at language efficiency. Different programming languages use different amounts of energy to perform the same tasks. The most efficient are C, Rust, and C++. The least energy efficient are Perl, Python, and Ruby. And interestingly, JavaScript is 7 times more energy efficient than PHP and 16 times more energy efficient than Ruby. When we're learning new languages or starting new projects, these are things that we should be keeping in mind. And it's no coincidence then that the super efficient hosting service from Cloudflare Workers, only allows you to use JavaScript, Rust, C, and C++, 4 of the most energy efficient programming languages. And finally, I just want to kind of wrap up by highlighting that waste on the web is also an accessibility issue. Jerry McGovern, the author of Worldwide Waste, said that large pages are taxes on the poor, and he's right. Liechtenstein is one of the richest countries in the world, and their internet is 394 times faster than the internet in South Sudan. When we design web experiences for people in wealthy countries, we're penalizing people in poorer parts of the world whose data is more expensive relative to local incomes, but it's also a lot slower. We also need to think about the devices that people who are less privileged than ourselves have. The average device globally now is equivalent to a Motorola Moto E6. It looks okay, but it's a really, really slow phone. And the more bloated we make our web pages, the more JavaScript we add, the slower the web experiences get. And if this is the average globally, that means that actually, theoretically, like half the people in the world are using phones that are worse than this. And Alex Russell, who was an engineer at Google and Microsoft, has been researching kind of global web performance for many years. And he said in his last report that for modern web pages, 0.5 megabyte is a decent hard budget from a global web performance point of view. Just think about that. The Sustainable Web Manifesto is 27 kilobytes. He's saying 20 times that. 0.5 megabyte is a decent hard budget. And yet, in reality, how many web pages fit within 0.5 megabyte? So using this lens of zero waste really helps us to see details, see opportunities in our code, in our designs, in our content that we might otherwise not have seen. And it helps us make the web a better place for everyone, as well as more environmentally friendly. And so just to wrap up, why would your boss care? Why would why would your client care about you pursuing zero waste in their projects? And it's for all these reasons I laid out earlier: better web performance, improved accessibility and inclusivity, potentially reduced hosting costs, easier maintenance, particularly if you use a design system, improved user experience, improved search engine rankings, and reduced environmental impact. Like, who wouldn't want these things? This is a wish list of what people want in their web projects. So really the question we should be asking is not like, why would we want zero waste? But the question we should be asking is the one that's on the homepage of the Urban Ore website. If you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tom. That was excellent. I learned so much during your talk. I loved it. I knew that the internet had like substantial environmental impact, but to be like equal to or more than aviation really shocked me. And gosh, all these different impacts, all these different things to consider when building your website. So great talk. Thank you so much. You got a lot of engagement in the chat and a lot of great questions as well. I was curious, did I hear right that you said that you built that website carbon calculator?
Yes, yeah. So we
Nice.
built the first version of that, I think, about 5 years ago, and we've been kind of gradually updating it
Oh, that's
since. Yeah.
incredible. There were a lot of comments around that. Louise Foster said that they had no idea that this was a thing, and Vicky Bauer said that it's a great tool. So we're seeing people really, really appreciate that you've put that time in to build that. I was curious because you mentioned that there are so many different areas that add to the carbon cost of a website, like image size and color palette and programming language and even system fonts.
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about building that carbon calculator, and does it consider all the factors that you shared with us today? And yeah, I'm curious to hear more about that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it was interesting. So when we first did that, we did it really for our own internal purposes, to want to quantify the energy and carbon impact of the projects that we were doing. And the public version of that was sort of something that came later to try and raise awareness with other people. But it was interesting that there just didn't seem to be a way of quantifying it before we did this. And so we developed a methodology that basically, we look at the amount of data consumed by a web page, and then based on peer-reviewed data studies that equate data consumption to energy consumption, we can then estimate the amount of energy consumed. However, it gives you a decent estimate, but there are some things that it can't factor in. So, for example, color is one of those things where, I mean, theoretically, we probably could develop a version of the tool that could look at color, but we haven't done that yet. There's another technical challenge in being able to do that. And similarly, there's things that are kind of hidden away that we don't have access to, that we can't test automatically. So we can't know the details of the server environment you're running and how efficient that is. Potentially, if we were doing this, if we were involved in the project and we knew those details, then we could adjust the formula to account for that. But as a standardized test, we can only look at stuff that's sort of publicly available on the front end.
Well, excellent. That's I thank you so much for building that. I think that's an incredibly valuable tool, and it sounds like participants here today also think so as well. We have a few questions from the audience. Yaron Roti is asking, how do you train your clients around image use? I have to repeat over and over again not to upload 5 MB images to their sites. Do you have a guide or a course for your clients when you take on new projects or clients?
Yeah, sure. It's always a challenge. I think there's a few ways. I mean, one of the things you could do in WordPress is limit the maximum upload size. So there's a physical limit to what they can upload. But we always give CMS training for clients for every project, and one of the things is advising them on making sure that they're not uploading huge images. But then obviously maintaining that long term is a challenge, and I think, really, although ideally they'd upload them at the correct size, the best option is limit the maximum size that they can upload, and then make sure that what you're serving on the front end that is automatically being served at the correct size. You're generating those thumbnails at the correct size. You're applying the automatic image compression to bring them down to the smallest size possible, converting them to the most efficient format automatically. So if they upload them as a JPEG, get them converted to a WebP, so that the client doesn't have to really do much other than try to not upload a giant image, and then after that, the rest of it's kind of automated.
Excellent. Peter Cliff was wondering, do you recycle removed layers? I think this question came up when you were talking about reducing the pineapple.
They go in the recycling bin on the desktop.
All right. And Deborah Butler is wondering, are there any frameworks like Bootstrap or Tailwind which are more sustainable?
So I think it's not necessarily that there are some that are more sustainable than others. I think it's more that you need to look at what you're using it for and what's the most efficient option for your use case. So some libraries there's kind of two approaches that different kind of code libraries take. Some libraries sort of start from the point of view of like it's a bundle of everything, and then if you want to have less than everything, you have to put in a lot of effort to take things out that you don't need. And then there are others that start from the approach of like they're more modular, and you can kind of choose which features to include. So if you find a framework or a library that kind of offers you that modular approach, that's generally better, because then you're being more discerning about what's going in, and it might be less of a headache. But equally, like if you need all the features, then just kind of compare the libraries and see which one has a smaller piece of code. Yeah.
Excellent. I think I captured all of the questions that I saw. If I missed any, please feel free to just add those again. But yeah, Tom, this was super interesting. I'm curious, clearly you have put in a lot of time and energy into learning about sustainable web practices. I'm curious, what's next for you? What are you excited about?
What's next for us? Well, I think we're putting a lot of effort at the moment into our own WordPress framework, Granola. We're going to launch version 3 of that soon, which is it's like a super efficient way of building WordPress sites. WordPress is amazing. Like, we're a WordPress agency, so we're like obviously huge fans of it. But by default, it's not necessarily the most efficient way of building a website from a like environmental point of view. So a lot of what we're doing is looking at how can we actually make that make WordPress as efficient as possible while retaining all of the good things about WordPress. So Granola 3 will be out soon. It'll be open source, so anybody can use that.
That's incredible. Very cool. A very serious question. Do you really have a national park near you that has wild ponies and donkeys and deer?
Yeah.
You get anything done? I would be out there trying to make friends.
The opposite. I asked myself the question. I like spend days at home on the computer, and then I'm like, oh my god, it's like on my doorstep, and I haven't seen anything. That picture of the horse is literally like taking a 5-minute walk from the house. So,
I love it. Fantastic. Well, I'm curious. Is there anything else that you want to share with us about web sustainability, about what you're working on?
I guess one of the things, I focused on zero waste in this talk, so it was really kind of going from that angle. But one of the other aspects that is really worth considering is looking at like the hosting provider, because basically the reason that there's such huge carbon emissions from the internet is because it's all powered by electricity. So you've got data centers all around the world running on electricity. You've got the telecoms networks sending all this data around the world, and then we've got billions of end user devices that are all using electricity, and then you've got like the maintenance and manufacturing of all of this vast amounts of electronic equipment. But we can't actually control like the energy sources. Like, if you're designing a website, you can't control like the energy going to somebody's phone that they're viewing it on, and you can't control the energy in the telecoms network sending them that data. But you do have some control over where it's hosted, so which data center you're using. So I think it's really worth being mindful of that like some data center providers are like openly talking about environmental issues, talking about like energy efficiency, making commitments to using renewable energy to power the data centers. And so that's something that I think is really worth making like a key criteria alongside all of your normal stuff like performance and cost and security. Like, make the environmental factors one of your kind of purchasing decisions for hosting.
Yeah, fantastic. I loved the question that you posed at the end there around like how much waste are we willing to produce, and I think you made some excellent points around like how reducing the waste can actually be a really like it can be a beneficial thing for your website. How, like, in those conversations with your clients, how do you convince people who are like skeptical or not sure about how to do it, that this is worth their time, that this is something they should be focusing on?
Yeah, so I mean, when we first started talking about this, to be honest, like most clients thought we were crazy. They were like, "What are you talking about?" Which is exactly what we thought originally. We were like, "Well, digital technology doesn't have any environmental impact." So it's kind of a hard conversation to have if people don't have any prior awareness of the issues. But I think that awareness is growing rapidly, and actually now a lot of clients do have at least like a little bit of awareness, and some of them are even now including it in their brief, which is really exciting. So I think as long as they feel like they're going to get all of the main things, like in terms of commercial objectives that they want, then they're generally happy. And if they're not interested at all in the sustainability aspects, then we just talk to them about what they are interested in. We talk to them about web performance or search rankings or user experience. Just talk to them in their own language. Ultimately, like behind the scenes, we're going to do it anyway. Like we're going to try and make it super efficient. And I don't think they never have a problem with that, as long as they see that the things that they care about are going to be served by that.
Yeah. Excellent. Yep, you heard it here. You can have both. So
you can have your cake and eat it.
Tom, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing all of your wisdom and knowledge with us. This was a fascinating talk, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you so much.
Great. Thanks, Angela.
Okay. All right. And big thank you to our sponsors as well: Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Please do make sure to go visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. And I certainly know that I would love to win some prizes. So, and don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth. You can do a GIF or a boomerang or just a straight photo. It is really fun. You can also tweet that out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And of course, thank you so much to our media partners and our micro sponsors. In the community tent in the next hour, we have Cloudways with their WP Builds tent takeover with Nathan Wrigley. And GoDaddy Pro is running a panel on WooCommerce automation, and Yoast is running games with Yoasters. So don't miss out on all of that.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan.
Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hello,
Hello
hello.
again. All right. Well, welcome back. You are in stage 2, and this is the last session in Africa. But don't worry, there's still much more WordFest to come. WordFest is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together, to feel less isolated, to learn from one another, and be present with each other, which is fantastic. Our lightning talks are up next. We'll watch them both,
Yeah.
and then we're going to do a Q&A with the presenters.
Now, I am really delighted to be introducing our next speaker, who's a personal friend who I haven't seen for a long time. So, Alex Panagis, I hope I said that right again. And his talk is Content Optimization and the Future of AI in Content and SEO, which sounds incredibly interesting. Alex Panagis is the founder and CEO of Scale Math, which is a global distributed customer acquisition and experience agency that helps industry-leading companies grow. Alex is a real whiz at SEO and marketing in general and customer experience. So I'm really looking forward to finding out how we can optimize our content and how AI will also shape it. I think there's a lot of it going on. So here we are. And then will you see...
Yes, you will see Jeroen Ruti with How to Make Remote Work. Jeroen fell in love with the WordPress community in 2016 and has been after using WordPress for multiple years already. He attends as many WordCamps and meetups as possible, runs his own company Sitefly, where he focuses on speedy WordPress websites, mainly focusing on speed, accessibility, usability, and findability or SEO. He is also a part of the Yoast support team. So, all right, let's get right to it with these lightning talks. Here we go.
Optimization and the future of AI in SEO. Why AI and why now? AI writing as well as AI-assisted writing tools and tech have seemingly taken over the industry in the past few years. First off, great to meet if we haven't met yet. I'm Alex, the founder and CEO of Scale Math. We're a global distributed customer acquisition and experience agency that runs growth at industry-leading companies. Some of the first we ever worked with happened to be in the WordPress industry, one of which is Rank Math, of which most of you will likely already know, and who were also one of the first companies we partnered up with when both of us were in our very early stages. So, why me and why this topic? As operators, as the actual practitioners of our industry, we have two choices. Be quick to dismiss new tools and tech, or dive in headfirst to familiarize ourselves with them and see whether and where they fit into our workflow. An easy choice if you ask me. Before we get onto AI tools and writing and content optimization, as I know that people of varying different experience levels will be watching this, and I also want to cater to that. As such, I want to briefly walk through what we call Strategy Zero, which is, broadly speaking, the bottom-up approach used to rank for any particular keyword. In this case, we'll use a software category that's particularly expensive and competitive, applicant tracking systems. And as you might have guessed, we'll be heading over to search engine results pages to see what the data tells us. So, we're generalizing quite a bit here, which leaves us with 4 different types of content, each serving a different search intent. There is the top best comparison posts that list all of the options and services. These are typically quite affiliate driven and often end up being the types of posts that people don't want to read. But if you are an applicant tracking system or software company, they can still be worth covering to uniquely and objectively showcase how you stack up against your competitors, all without tearing them down or doing anything that discredits what they've built, because it is a problem-aware search that quite closely aligns with someone who is looking to implement an ATS in the near future or even immediately. Then there's the ultimate guide. Interestingly, in this case, there are actually two from the same site. These are basically more informational type content, less listing options or services, but more so the information of what you need to know, what it is, getting started, etc. Then there's the shorter what is definition style post. And lastly, there is the solutions landing pages. But aside from outlining briefly how to use this approach to identify what type of content you need, what we've really done here is pinpointed what the real key is: search intent. This process of keyword research, which is what most just use to refer to looking up search volumes for a bunch of keywords related to a topic, should really be the keyword research and intent discovery stage, where you devise your approach to reverse engineer how you'll rank, of which one component involves observing what's currently ranking and counting the number of occurrences of each intent that you observe, as we did before. At this stage, a common question we get is, can we go after more than one of the intents? Generally speaking, nothing stops your strategy from adopting a hybrid approach, mixing some of the different intents in a single approach, or even having a best list post and then having separately a solutions landing page, which is often the better route that's suitable for software companies. This is because there's the general indication to suggest that doing so is actually better than what many used to refer to as the skyscraper approach of, for example, just creating one guide that serves multiple intents, but none really fully or wholly or to the best degree possible. Simply seeing as you only have one title tag and one opportunity above the fold to satisfy a searcher's need with a piece of content. Of course, this also does depend on the business model in question and the motivation behind wanting to rank for the applicant tracking systems keyword, or keyword in question in your case, in the first place as well. So, where does software and AI come into the picture? Software solutions in this space, of which there are an unbelievable number, some of which I'll mention and showcase next, really focus on guiding you and your team, and in the case of some solutions like RankMath, also potentially your clients, to address these intents, i.e. not to lose sight of what the end goal is as you write, as you produce content. This really is where tools like RankMath, ClearScope, Phrase, MarketMuse, and Surfer SEO are great. I mean, can you tell that was a mouthful? I did say there were many. Now, we'll take a moment to dive into RankMath and showcase what it can do from within your WordPress admin area, as we already have a number of web design and development agencies implementing it with their clients as a part of their monthly support plans. Simply put, you enter a focus keyword, i.e. the main search you're trying to target with this post, noting that, of course, content generally ranks for more than a single keyword. This is the main one you're targeting, such as in this case, we have WordPress themes. And then RankMath will, with the help of its algorithm that doesn't run on your site or server for those concerned with performance, as everyone should be, will return a range of useful data, including word count guidance, link count guidance, heading information, all based on the top ranking content for the keyword you're targeting, as well as key terms that you should consider including in your content. And you'll also be able to drill down further to see keywords which should be included in headings, SEO titles, descriptions, or within content directly. The others are all also really great, and the goal here really wasn't to just come on and push one solution specifically. RankMath just so happens to be particularly convenient by nature of the fact that it lives within the editing experience we're all already using, and most of us are already using RankMath itself as well. The manual approach that I've walked through, though, is essentially what each of these companies are working to nail down into something that their software can apply for as many verticals, keywords, and searches as possible, because their models are largely based around this same approach. Now, let's take a moment to talk about AI writing, or rather AI text generation. If you'd ask me to describe where it's at as briefly as possible, I'd simply say watch this space. Some of you will likely already know the main players out there in the space, like RankMath's Content AI, of course, as well as Jasper, formerly Conversion AI, Phrase, and also now Bertha, all of which are interesting ones to keep an eye on. However, where I can't see AI ever playing a role in content is originality and subject matter expertise. Now, my reasoning behind originality is that it's nearly impossible to judge current AI and text generation technology on originality, since they all use machine learning and pattern matching, basing everything on existing content as a blueprint. So the output will always, in some form, be copied content. So the reality is that you won't be able to just let these tools generate originality for you without any of the thinking, though you can let it, already now, do some of the heavy lifting for you. And secondly, there's subject matter expertise. Yes, sure, information is out there and information is useful, but what isn't out there is your experience. And again, that ties back into originality. Content that does best often is content that encapsulates more than just information. It encapsulates the experience of true subject matter experts. This is something that, at least now, I don't foresee AI tools replacing, and I don't believe they're intending to either, because at the end of the day, no one can really replicate true human experience. Though I guess if we get to that stage, then we have something more to worry about. Now, do note that I said I can't see because I don't want to say it never will, but the truth is that even if it does, all it will really be doing is raising the bar for what the standard for content quality is, which overall is a good thing. It means that those that do go the extra mile and have an actual unique take and take the time to share that take within their content will actually stand out from those that are just using AI-generated content. All right, thanks for your time and thank you for having me. Feel free to reach out if you have any additional questions. I'm always more than happy to help. And now let's get on to the Q&A. Enjoy the rest of your WordFest 2022.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you?
It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Hey everyone, I'm very happy to be here at WordFest 2022. This is my actual first talk as a speaker and I'm very happy to do this at WordFest. My talk today is a lightning talk about how to make remote work. I'm going to be sharing some tips, tricks and resources that I find personally very useful to make myself more productive during the workday. So who am I? I'm Jeroen and I'm from Belgium. I'm 30 and I'm a freelancer since 2016, focusing on WordPress at my own company called Sitefly. So today I'm going to be talking about work tips, more specifically work environment tips, working day tips, a couple of fun stuff you can do in your remote team or on your own. And lastly, I'm going to be sharing some resources which are related to remote work. So first thing first, a couple of tips related to your work environment. How can you set yourself up for success in a work environment that makes you productive? First up is invest in yourself and in your gear. Make sure to have a good monitor, a good desk, which might be a standing desk. I have one and I would recommend to have it depending on your budget, of course. Good headphones, noise cancelling is a game changer to me at least. No external noise from anyone or your neighbors or kids running in the street. You can really focus with noise cancelling headphones. Get yourself a comfy chair that supports your back. A good monitor with a monitor arm can help you make it up to eye level, which is very good for your neck as well if you're going to be sitting for hours. Your gear makes the difference. Tip number 2, keep your workspace separate. If you have your own room, a spare room in the house, make that your home office. Keep it separate from your living room, your couch, your television, whatever that makes you distracted. Having your own room and workspace separate from each and everyone will make you much more productive instantly. And next to that, create your own clean desk policy. That's a personal one I would like to add to that. I have a nice desk, but when it's not clean and when I see papers and all things around, I'm not focused. So keep it clean. Number 3, set clear boundaries with your household. This depends on your situation, of course. If you are in a co-housing situation, kids around, your girlfriend, just set clear boundaries and expectations. Write down some ground rules when they can interrupt you in your home office and when they can't. Make sure that they know when you're working and when you're not working. Just have those boundaries set with your household. Tip number 4, create yourself a schedule and stick to it. It's good to set your work hours up front so you know when you start and when you stop. This tip is especially valuable if you are freelancing just like me. The emails and phone calls you will receive will come and go, but make sure not to overwork as well. My 5th tip is to add some plants to your workplace. Not only do they look great, they add some personal flavor and some coziness to your space as well. This goes nicely together with my tip number 6, which is to enjoy some natural light in your workspace. Currently, the sunlight is hitting it off here in my workspace and I love it. Some natural light will keep you active and focused on the job you have to do. Okay, we had some tips about your work environment. Let's quickly go over to tips about your workday. Okay, my first tip is to create a morning routine. What I do personally is to go out for a walk, about 10 or 15 minutes, be active, not thinking about work, not opening my email, which is important as well. Just be active, enjoy a walk in your neighborhood and come back home again. Tip number 2 is a really important one. Get showered early in the morning and get dressed. Even if you don't have appointments or you don't have Zoom meetings, just get dressed, get out of those pajamas and you will be in a much more work mood. Number 3 is to plan your work hours when you are most productive. That can mean different things on everyone. I'm most productive early in the morning, but for you it might be just late at night, during the day, 3 hours just after lunch. Whenever you are most productive, plan your work hours then. My next tip is to take and schedule breaks. Really, it's important never to skip them as well. If you take one each hour after you work for an hour, take them for 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, really take them. Don't skip them. So the next tip is to keep your browser under control. If you have 50, 100 tabs open, how are you going to find what you need next? You're not. So keep them under control and you will work way more efficient. Okay, so my next tip is to lower your time spent on social media. Don't pin them in your browser, but just check them a few times a day, and that's more than enough. Okay, so one of my all-time favorites is to use checklists for your projects. Whenever you are checking off an item, you will feel happy. When you end up with an empty to-do list at the end of the working day, you will feel way more relaxed and more productive during the day. Okay, so a related tip to the previous one is celebrate work progress. If you have completed a project, celebrate it. And I don't mean get drunk, just celebrate that you did it. You really made progress. Okay, with all those tips shared about your work environment and your work days, let's go over some fun ideas to do with your remote team or colleagues, family or friends. Okay, so the first tip in this section would be if you are working in a remote team, to see if you already have a non-work related channel to talk about hobbies, share your travel pictures, your pet pictures, anything non-work related. That really helps the connection with your colleagues to grow and to work better as a team. Okay, so my favorite in this whole talk is this one. Play online Tetris against each other. When you are on a break, it's a good way to have some fun with teammates. I remember playing it on my Game Boy, but this is way more fun. Another one of my personal favorites is online quizzes with Kahoot. It's a great way to interact with each other in your team and to share knowledge while even having some fun. Another great suggestion I would like to share is an online Airbnb experience. You can do this in your team, your remote team, to join a Zoom call with Yevgeny on Airbnb. He's doing some awesome card magic tricks on you. He will be sharing how to do it yourself. It's a great way to have some fun in your team. So the last tip in this fun series is Music League. Music League is a weekly game which lets you share a song with your teammates, and you can score points for if your track gets upvoted. At the end of the week, the list is shared with the most votes and you can win the league. It's really a great way to get to learn some new artists or songs each week. Okay, with those fun stuff suggestions being shared, I would like to go over some resources about remote work, which I found useful, so I would like to share them with you. Okay, so the first resource I would really love to be sharing is The Year Without Pants by Scott Berken. It's a book about WordPress.com, the distributed team behind it, and how they built a work environment that really worked for them. So it's a great book. The cover is fun as well, so I would really encourage you to read it. The second tip is also a book, actually two books from the same people at Basecamp. Remote Office Not Required is a book about how the team behind Basecamp and other tools have built their process in being remote and being very successful in it. Their second book, It Doesn't Have to Be Crazy at Work, is also a very good one, which I would really recommend you to read if you're freelancing from home or working remote. It's full of great tips to implement for yourself. So the third tip I would like to share is the Distributed podcast by Matt Mullenweg, a name that is probably ringing a bell. The podcast really hosts a couple of leaders of big tech companies about switching to remote or being remote by nature. They share how they work as a team. Great tips are really shared in each episode, so I would really recommend you to listen to this podcast. The last tip I would like to share is put on some focus music. A link to my personal site where I list a couple of Spotify playlists as well as free services that have some good music while you need to focus on your work. And with that, I would like to thank you to listen to my talk. I hope these tips will help you get more focused and be more productive during your working day. Thank you. Bye-bye. Hey,
Great talk, Joren. Thank you so
thanks.
much. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Yeah.
Thank
So,
you.
And sorry, did I hear this was your first talk?
Yes, I've been on a lot of WordCamps and meetups, but this is actually my first talk.
Congratulations.
well done. Well done. It's
Well,
always,
Thank
you'll
you.
never forget this moment. It's going to be one in a long series for sure. It was really great. Thank you so much. I loved the slides. So
Thank you.
well done. Yeah. Are you actually a designer?
No, I did not
No.
design the slides. I
Well
just took
done.
them from a
Well,
Google search.
good. It was, well, yeah, very nice. It was very, very nice. So we'll start with you, Joren, because we don't have Alex yet. I hope to see him because I think we all have questions. But one thing I wanted to ask you is, oh, here he is. Hello.
Hello,
Hi, Alex.
nice to see you.
Really nice to see you. I think that the last time I saw Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, we were on the Underground in London, weren't we?
Yes.
And yeah, we were, it feels like ages ago. I think it was 2020, before the
That
world
was
ended.
ages ago.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
feels
was.
like
It was
ages
at
ago,
least-
and it was. Yeah.
It was at least 5 years ago. So can I ask you, because on that occasion, I took in just how amazing Alex is, because Alex is very young, if I may say. Can I ask you, have you finished your degree by now?
I have, yes.
Okay, well,
Congrats.
congratulations on that. So thank you so much for the talk, Alex. I thought it was brilliant, just so well presented. And I was really interested. Sorry, it's a little bit of a question towards the end. So Angela, do we have any questions that relate to the beginning of Alex's talk?
I was just double checking. I don't think I see any. If anybody does have questions, please do drop them into the chat and we will catch them as we go.
So I will ask mine then, because I was really, really interested that you were saying what I am thinking, which is I have quite a few good friends who are very strong content creators and who do have their own personality for sure. And they swear by actually, it's not Jasper, it's Jarvis they use, which is basically same thing. It's conversion AI. Yeah. That used to be
I think
conversion AI.
they rebranded now. I think now they're even called Jasper. They changed the name.
Jasper, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I tried so many times and I just can't really do it, because by the time I've done it, I've already written it. I don't know how to explain it. I have not been able to find the utility of it yet. And maybe it's because I always start from a personal story, but lots of people do that. I mean, everybody does it. So I don't know. I feel like it's a limitation of mine that I am really not able to use this tool. Do you think that I will one day learn? And do you think it will be inevitable that all of us will use AI to write our content?
Not necessarily, because I think for that type of content, it makes sense. I mean, even for content that is very similar to what's already out there, I often encourage writers to not check what's already been done when they're thinking of how they're going to approach a piece, because that already influences you. And the same way, what I guess is what you're saying with Jasper or conversion AI, is that it actually influences you to think, I'm going to write it this way, as opposed to starting from a blank slate, which sometimes is just a better approach. So I think they have their place at the moment. And I think I mentioned it. I don't know if I kept it in or I edited it out of the talk. But I mentioned, like, when AI gets to the point where it can write better than us, I think we're going to have, and it's a lot smarter than us, we'll have bigger problems to worry about. Because in reality, it will get to the point where it can research on a topic and write about a topic as a true expert quite quickly. I don't doubt that we'll be there. How quickly we get to that stage is just a matter of time, really.
Do you know who was really, really worried about AI? It was Stephen Hawkins. Really worried. I mean, I had the opportunity of seeing him deliver a talk at
oh wow
the web, the biggest, I can't, what's it called? The biggest web conference in the, anyway, however, he was really, no, another one, the one that's in Lisbon. I mean, this is my old brain. Now everybody, the whole world knows how old my brain is. Anyway, however, he was really worried about that. So it's very interesting what's going to happen. I don't feel we're there yet, but we probably will. So is that what you think, Alex, that we will definitely get there?
Definitely. And I think with every technology, really, like Web3 is another technology now, which I don't even want to get into because I don't know nearly enough about it, which it's like, it's so new, and AI content really isn't that new anymore, but it's just a matter of, we have to be ahead of it and see and how we can use it to improve our processes. I think any resistance or friction towards something just because it's new and change in general isn't good. I don't see it having a negative effect, because all it will really do is raise the bar even more. Because if everybody can, with just spending money to use the AI software, write truly expert and really, really well-produced content, then the bar will just go up, because then people are going to have to, like, how are people going to distinguish from very good content to very good content that everybody already has? So yeah.
Well, meanwhile, while there's like AI and Web3 happening, during Jeroen's talk, there was some conversation in the chat around keeping our tabs clean, because I am definitely guilty of just having so many tabs and not being able to organize them. And I think Karen Johnson did say that they've got a 0 tab policy, and they only have open what they're working on, separate them, and use Alt Tab to switch, so only current work will be open, which is amazing. But I am wondering, Jeroen, do you have any tips for keeping your browser tabs under control? Because I really need them.
Well, maybe start with using bookmarks and not having them still open for weeks, not collecting them. But what you actually said from Karen, that's next level. 1 tab only, that's next level. Even I don't have that.
That's a miracle, yeah.
But yeah, just keep them under control. That's just the way forward. Yeah.
And Karen does have a question for you. How do you get social interaction? There are forums and Slack groups, but it isn't the same as seeing people face to face, like on Zoom and Teams, and I can't seem to find that.
So the question is, sorry?
How do you get social interactions? I think this, Karen, tell me if I'm wrong here, but I'm guessing this is a follow-on question to the how to have fun in working remotely portion of the talk. Yeah, there are Slacks or Slack groups and forums, but it's not quite the same as seeing people face to face. And so they're trying to find that kind of connection while working remotely.
Yeah, it's difficult, and it's not the same than in person by far. Like WordCamps and meetups all gone online, and it's never the same. But what I would recommend to do, and it's a great tip, is that do a one-on-one in Zoom and not in groups, because you really have connection with someone else then. If you get into a Zoom or any other software with 10 or more people, you don't have any chat with someone. Just it's hard to focus, and if you have it one-on-one, you can just really talk like you would in person. Yeah,
it's a great tip.
Circling quickly back to tabs, Sam Elderson says that using Chrome, I group a lot of my tabs by subject. I don't know how to do that. I don't use Chrome. I tend to use Firefox, but that sounds amazing.
Yeah, Firefox doesn't have it.
Oh, yes, I remember doing that years ago. Yeah.
But Chrome has, if you just hover one tab on the other, it will collect them in one collection, and then you can close or open up the collection. Yeah, that works wonders as well.
Yeah.
But then you are still collecting tabs, to be honest. So.
I mean, I just had to have a session because I had so many open. It was slowing everything down. It was just.
Been there. I feel your pain.
So if there are no other questions, I have another question for Jaren. Are you sure you recommend Tetris, because it's dangerously addictive? Are you sure? I mean, I have been battling that addiction since the 90s, honestly.
Set boundaries for it as well. I just do it in my spare time and not really each hour of the day, to be honest. Otherwise, I would improve on it, but it would not be productive.
So great.
But it's really cool to do it with teammates, because you really do it at the same time. You see the screen from the others and you really do it on the same go, and it's really cool.
Does it get very competitive?
Yes.
That's a really cool idea. I was just going to ask, do you do that like every week as a part of your team on a Friday or something? On a
No,
Zoom
it's
together,
not scheduled. Yeah, not scheduled. But just when it comes on, or when we have like just a break or lunch, or it comes together with another one in the team, we just share a link and then few drop in and we start.
Oh, that's cool.
I find wonderful.
It's difficult to make any like remote team building activities feel not, forced, because a lot of it feels like it sounds like more natural, because I feel like when you do schedule it, it becomes sort of like a back in like in school when they would make you do like planned stuff together. Nobody really enjoys to do it.
Yeah, and you're working on the screen anyway, so what you want to do for recreation is actually step away from it. So there's slight but it still is, it's a really nice way of building an addiction together. We do have a question now from Karen. What are your thoughts about working from coffee shops?
I tend to do that as well here in a local city of mine. I go once a week maybe to there, just have a few coffees and work a few hours a week there. Just always at home. Just switch from, if that's possible, of course. If you have a local shop, a coffee shop nearby, just go in the morning, do a walk, and stay there for a few hours.
Okay. I'm curious. I am a big fan of having plants around. What kind of plants do you all keep next to you?
I have quite a few, as you might see.
I see that.
I have to switch off my blur, maybe.
I was about to say, Peacha's setup looks really like homely as compared to my at least mine.
You need a few plants, Alex. That's a type of monstera, and that will grow like a weed. It grows so quickly. I have one at home. It's taking over the home, literally. It's like a triffid. Alex, we need to send you some plants.
I'm afraid I don't think they last very long here.
Are you at home, Alex?
I am right now, yes.
Okay.
I definitely picked up more plants at the beginning of the pandemic. Just had them all delivered, and now I have quite a few. I admit, you can only see the one right there, but I've got quite a few.
See, the one right there is the same as my one there that you can't see because it's blood, but it's the same. It's a Drasen. Anyway, I won't bore anyone with plant names. But it was a really interesting side effect of the pandemic in Spain, Angela. I don't know if you noticed that. When the pandemic came on, I was desperately, we were all like, what do I do? And one of my reactions was, I want plants, just like you. And it was really hard to find e-commerce for plants here in Spain. And then a few months later, boom, there were so many. So many. And now you can, you can pick and choose which ones, but there was something that wasn't available. So I suppose good side effects. Or,
The plants certainly make me very happy.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I was surprised how easy it is, because some people did send me stuff as well during lockdown, because they were like, you need to make home feel a bit more like an actual home. and they sent, and I actually didn't, like, I would never have thought that it's so simple. You like to order, and it comes in really nice vases, everything.
Yeah.
I was impressed. Sorry, that was very random comment right there. But...
No.
Yeah.
So are you actually is everyone at home? Angela, are you at home as well?
Yes.
So
this is, I have a little, it's a second bedroom that I've turned into a little office space. And yeah, it's a lot of plants, a lot of books. I also like to keep a candle nearby because it smells nice. So like little things that I do. Yeah, nice.
So I'm the only one. I'm not at home. I ran away after the first serious lockdown. I was like, I need to get a space outside the home, so I leave it because. So yeah, I miss the one thing that's worse about it. I mean, I love also the exercise because I cycle here, so that, and also it forces me to human contact, as we were saying earlier about human contact. But I do miss my cats very much. I think one nice, great thing is if you have pets, then you spend the day with them at home when you work from home, and I think that's really nice.
Alex, I'd love to hear a little bit about how, like, what led you to start Scale Math? Like, how did that? How was that?
Yeah, of course. I always wanted to get into software. I knew that. Well, it sounds a bit like, oh, you always knew from the very beginning. But I was technical, so even at school, I was going the route of basically like going into software as most likely an engineer, as a developer. And then it came to the point where I was like, how much do I really enjoy the development aspect of the work that I'm doing? So then I started looking for other ways that I could work in software or with software companies. And it so happened that helping people make money turned out to be a great way to start a conversation with them. So then I basically kicked off conversations, and I was networking. I was meeting people, and very upfront that I hadn't really been in the industry before. And I was lucky that a lot of people were quite receptive to my enthusiasm. And then we started working together. And I saw what we were able to do on a scale when it was really just me, what I was able to do for businesses. And I thought, okay, if I can repeat this slowly, I need to validate that I can obviously do it for more than one company, and it wasn't just a miracle. Then I might have a business going here. And yeah, and then like 4 years later now, here we are. Now my role has changed quite a bit. So I'm mostly focused on hiring and managing people, which is fun, not without its challenges of its own, of course. But yeah, it's been a really nice journey.
Fantastic. Well,
So
congratulations.
it has to, yeah, exactly. And it has to be said that you had to explain to people that you hadn't been in the industry in so long because you were probably still in school. You started very young. You started extremely young. So I always find your journey so interesting, and I admire it so much, Alex. You've got such a head for business, and I'm impressed that actually your role has now evolved from what it was when I last saw you, which means that your business grew a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, when I first started, it's still in my A levels, which is in the British school system. You have these free periods, and I was basically working at school in these free periods while most people at school were playing video games. So that was when I was like, okay, I want to do something useful with my time that contributes to my future. I was a bit boring. I don't know. That's what I chose to do, but I'm glad I did. And yeah.
Amazing.
If only you knew about Tetris Online.
Yeah, then we might not be on this call.
Yeah.
Well, I certainly enjoyed my video game time as well. So, all right. Well, Yaron and Alex, thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, being with us today, and also just chatting with us. This was very enjoyable, and it was really great to spend this time with you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you.
All right. And of course, thank you so much to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Do go and visit their tents and chat with them. You might even win some prizes. So definitely go check that out. And don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And last but not least, thank you so much to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And I also want to do one extra thank you so much to the volunteers and organizers of this event. It's been a wonderful experience for me, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. It's been such a pleasure. And just to say that in the next hour in the community tent, Cloudways are doing their hourly giveaway. So if you haven't won anything yet, now's the time, head over there. And there's a 15-minute break in the schedule now. So all the more reason to go to the community tent. And we'll be back on the hour, starting off on the European continent. So I guess that's a goodbye from me too. And thank you again, Angela. It's been so great to be with you. And thanks to
Right back at you.
And indeed, thanks to the organizers, because it's a huge effort to pull this off. So thank you for doing all that you do for the community.
Until next time.
My website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you?
It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up.
No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you?
It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects.
Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Wow, and there we are.
Well, hello and welcome to WordFest. I'm Bev and there's Taco, and we're going to get you through the next hour. We're in Europe as part of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress. WordFest Live not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but is also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. So please visit the donate link at any time to support one of the missions. And WordFest Live is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together to feel less isolated, learn from one another, and be present with each other. Isn't that right, Taco? That's what we're up to.
Absolutely, yes. And we'll do that with, so many fantastic talks this afternoon if you're in Europe.
Absolutely. So first, let's hear from our... Oh, sorry, look. My mouth got a bit run away with me then, so I do apologise. 24 hours is a long time. Our first speaker in this region is Andrew Killen with how to use Composer properly with WordPress. Andrew is a seasoned web specialist, having started in 1994 as Intel's Internet Engineer for Europe. Having worked in many startups, multinationals, and NGOs, he has a great breadth of skills under his belt. Grok Codes is the website where he shares the skills that he has picked up, programming, networking, development ops, and soft skills that it takes to run a team of developers, be the CTO of a digital-based organization, or just be a better coder. So Andrew is going to join us. Andrew Killen. Let's give a warm welcome to Andrew. Hopefully he's here.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll join us in a second. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, the whole thing stopped. I don't know why.
Not to worry, Andrew. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Hey,
right.
Taco, how are you doing?
All good. Are you ready?
Yeah, always.
All right.
Can't wait for this one.
Yeah. The floor is all yours, Andrew.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna check my settings.
That's okay. You see, that's what happens online. Everything needs checking. Everything takes a little bit slower, but
Okay, I'm good to go.
there you go. Right, we'll leave it to you, Andrew.
Okay,
Have fun.
Speak to you later. Ciao. And over we go. So, how to use Composer with WordPress the proper way? Well, maybe not completely the proper way, the way that I found most useful, and everybody I've worked with has found it the best way to go. So, who am I anyway, and why should you care? Well, I've been doing the web for now 28 years, which puts me at nearly 50. Oh God, this year. And yeah, I mean, I've done stuff for multinationals, small startups, things that have become very big. I'm also at the moment the lead admin on the WordPress hosting group on Facebook. So yeah, come and join that if you wish. But also I currently run the technology for an NGO called R&W Media that gets up to 30 million visitors a month across 24 sites. Okay, and I've got COVID right now. So if I suddenly start coughing or sneezing or looking stupid or running out to go to the toilet, you know why. It's because, yeah, I'm in the middle of it. So anyhow, you'll want to take this down because there's going to be a lot of information going on. And so you'll probably want my GitHub or send me an email to say, hey, what was on that slide? Or can you go over this again? In the future, I'm going to be bringing all this lot in a much easier format with many sections to a website I'm currently making. Okay, so that's that. So quick prayer. Let's hope the demo gods are with us and we'll get on. Okay, so what is Composer? And first, a bit of a warning, watch out, there's two versions. And if you're like me and use Linux, sometimes it downloads the older version and you have to really install this version 2. So make sure you do that if you start playing with Composer. Okay, so the things it does are package and dependency management. So for example, you want to download something, it will check, does your PC or computer have the correct version of PHP to run it? And does it have all the other requirements that are needed for that package? And if any of those requirements are missing, it'll tell you, so you can fix it. So let's imagine that it needs wget or curl or gzip. It doesn't really matter what. It will check your configuration first before downloading a package. And if there's anything missing, it will tell you. And if that package, that piece of software has any dependencies, it's also going to try and get those. And if those, again, have any dependencies that your computer can't fulfill, it'll tell you. So this can be this long chain of dependencies that have to be checked out first before software can be installed. But luckily, as we're talking about WordPress right now, dependencies are very limited. And yeah, the dependencies are basic WordPress stuff. Do you have PHP? Do you have MySQL or MariaDB? Okay, it offers version control of installed software, so you can define what version you want to have. Everything has version numbers, so we can deal with it that way. We could also do branches and various other things using it. It does autoloader creation, which is one of my more favorite tools, which we'll come on to in a short while. We can run scripts automatically before or after an update or install, which you will see shortly. Implement patches, again, you're going to see some of that. Create packages, where you'll see one that I've created. And it's a growing list, it's ever changing. It's the most popular thing right now with PHP for managing stuff. Where NPM is for Node and JavaScript, yeah, we have Composer. Okay, so how it works. I'll just make this a bit bigger. Why not get rid of all the extra bits? So we have two files. The composer.json is all the instructions on what you wanted to do and the things you wanted to get and any extra information about scripts and whatever else. And the composer.lock is the file that holds the information about what's been installed. So if you start afresh, you have no composer.lock, it's generated on the first time. When you do an update, the composer.lock is updated. When you do an install, it looks at what's inside the composer.lock and it installs that stuff again. So what it does in general is it goes, what do I need? Checks if it's in cache on that local machine. If it's not there, it goes out to the web and grabs it, puts it into its cache, and then installs it. And then it'll go and look for any dependencies and all those other things. So if something's already in cache, it doesn't need to go anywhere else to find it. It just, bang, it's there. As you can imagine, like 90% of the time, you're not really downloading extras. You're just getting what's already there because there isn't a new version of WordPress, or thinking of Taco for a second, there isn't a new version of WordPress SEO. You know, because maybe you're updating every hour. Maybe you're very, very quick to update because you're making small changes that are incremental and you want to work that way. So using this, whether that's on your local machine or on the server, you've got the very latest there. And if anything extra needs to be downloaded, it's downloaded and reused time and time again. So what we do is you look at the composer.json when doing an update or a require, so requiring new information. And we look at the composer.lock if we're doing an install. And we'll come on to those in a minute. Okay, so simple composer.json. And all of it is really easy. So it's got a name, and I've got my GitHub name there. And I've created a small thing for this WordFest Live. I've given it a version number, and I've called it an autoloader. And what this is saying here is I want a PSR4 style autoloader, because that's the kind of code that I like to make. And this is going to be my namespace, WF Live, and my code is going to be in the SRC directory. Okay, so let's have a look at that. So I've got an apart workflow and WordFest Live. Okay, and here's it in action. See if I can make this a little bigger. There we go. Hopefully it's all readable. So as you can see, we've got the composer.lock. I'm just going to delete that. And I'm also going to delete the vendor directory because those things are created every time. So we just open that integrated terminal, and I can do composer and then either install, because it's the first time, it doesn't really matter if it's an install or an update, or I can do composer update. So I'm just going to do install. I know it's the first time because I just deleted the composer.json, sorry, the composer.lock and the vendor directory. And there you go. You can see it's recreated those instantly, and it's created the vendor directory. And then inside the SRC, I've got, or source, I've got two different files. I've got filters. Let's get rid of this. And there we go. WF Live, the namespace, and in content, there you go. There's content, and it's called filters. And I'm just adding a filter to the content. That's I love autoloaders. There we go. And in admin, in actions, I'm adding a script. And that script is, I am loading the script for WordPress Live. Okay, nothing too technical. Let's go and have a look at it. Okay, so this isn't actually on the web. It's all on my local machine. I just named this in my local host file. So don't let anybody think that I'm being clever here. Okay, so I've got plugins and I've got WordPress Live. I'll just deactivate it and we'll go back to the main site. And you can see there's nothing really going on. Even if I go in here, there's nothing going on. Activate the plugin and reload. I love autoloaders. Pretty simple stuff. We could take it a little bit further just to prove how simple it is. Let's just add another one. Okay, so hello world, are you listening? Boom. Okay, simple stuff. And that's your standard autoloader. And the way that that's actually set up is inside the normal part of the plugin. And I've got standard sort of thing that you see, exit if there's no WordPress, some plugin path information. And then I ask for the directory with looking for file and then append vendor autoload.php. And that's it. The rest is just normal PSR4 stuff. And what's great about this is you never need to understand how to work with like SPL autoloaders and all that kind of thing. It just works it out all for you. As long as you use a different namespace for each of your projects, you can have thousands of these going on, all with their own separate autoloader, and they just work perfectly. They really work in unison. Okay, so back to it. So yeah, I use it all the time for autoloading, and really I do, all the time. Okay, so setting up the dev env, our environment for the developers. And realistically, what you want to have is all the developers are just making commits all the time and feeling really happy and able to work. So I've got a couple of opinions I'm just going to share about what the development environment should be like and the workflow. So you should always define a standard OS, web server, integrated development environment, all those kinds of things. But then allow developers to use what they're most comfortable with. I've seen it, especially with people who are running Mac, that when they're enforced to use Docker and their Mac sounds like a helicopter taking off, that they're really unhappy. So if they don't want to use Docker and can still perform the task, let them do it without it. It can always be moved forward later on. It can always be worked out. It's only when you're getting to like real top grade environments where you have to absolutely mirror what's going on that you need to worry about these things. Okay, but do not allow for differentiation in package management or task runners. So Composer, enforce Composer. NPM, only use NPM, don't use Yarn as well. Stick to one, and that's the one that you use. Task runners, there we go. Maybe use Gulp, maybe use Webpack. It doesn't matter which one you use, just keep on using that same one. Okay, this is a personal thing that I've learned recently in the past couple of years is if you really want to share your scripting with everybody, don't use Bash because not so many people can use Bash. Just do it in Node.js. It can access all of the operating system and do everything, and people are much more adept at using JavaScript. So scripting tools, do it that way. Yeah, set up a development domain that's apart from the domain that you're working on, because in the event of HSTS, if you're working locally and you don't have an SSL certificate, it can become a real nightmare because you can't actually access the website if you call it like, I don't know, local.websitename.com. So choose a completely different domain name and just use subdomains with a wildcard certificate so that you can really test everything. And that's things like sharing, native sharing, things like that, things that require HTTPS. And last but not least, create an environment where it's really encouraged just to ask. That's always been a blessing, even for myself, when I'm with a team, when I'm leading team, or just one of the team. Being able to ask can save hours. Okay, but what about Composer? Well, it's kind of different from everything you've done before. And we have two choices. We can develop separately each component or package and then bring them into the branch and test it. Or we can develop in place in the main code area. And this way it gets way more complex as a way to work, because you have to First of all, bring everything down, then delete the thing you want to work on, clone it fresh, work on it, push your code changes, delete it again, and then upgrade or update. It's more complex, but absolutely worth it. Okay, so each can work well. For example, if you're, I don't know, say you're working on a map product, that could be developed apart and it'll be no problem at all, and then brought to many, many servers. Say you're working on a singular website that's only about one thing. Let's say you're selling courses and you had to work on the course calendar. Well, why would you do that anywhere else than on that singular website? So yeah, it makes sense to work in that way. Okay, so I've made a bit of a start, a massive start for you. I shall just put myself in the right directory. Okay, so I've got combined workflow, which is also here, and I'm just going to get rid of it. Okay, I'm going to use this project. And what this is doing is it's going out to the web, getting the latest versions, installing everything, and then running a bunch of scripts. Okay. Exclude actual directories of each theme, exclude themes and plugins. Let's just do that. Okay, and that's now created. We don't see any difference apart from some things have been removed. So we've got a git ignore file that's been automatically generated that excludes everything. We exclude a bunch of other stuff actually. Yeah, uploads, themes, plugins, we're excluding everything. Cool. All right. So we've got a composer.json here, and it's a very simple one. It's currently saying version 5.81. It's actually 5.91 at the moment, but this will automatically update to whatever version is needed. There's a bunch of other stuff going on in here where it automatically thinks, okay, I'm running Apache. This is going to be the installation directory. It's a single version type, not a multi-site version. And that's the main of it. Excellent. Okay. So let's move on. I'm going to set up the cache and the uploads directory. The thing that you really want to do is separate your code base from where any files are that you're uploading. So click. See if I can make these a bit bigger. Okay. And then ln-s for a symbolic link. This is just where my stuff is. Uploads, let's do that one first. And we'll do the same for cache. What this is going to say is this cache directory is actually here. This uploads directory is actually here. Okay, so when you try and save files, it actually puts them in there. The reason to do this is if the entire system gets deleted, if any file, any of this directory structure gets deleted, these don't. It's only the symbolic link that gets deleted. So you could rebuild your entire system in a couple of minutes and not have to worry about any problems of losing images or whatever else. Super handy when you're doing development. Okay. And don't forget to git ignore. Okay. Ignore. Themes, uploads, plugins. Let's do cache as well. Okay, so it's gonna ignore all these files and all these directories when it finally comes to upload stuff on Git. Okay, so let's imagine we wanted to add some more stuff. I'm gonna add from the WP or W packagist the theme Ocean WP, which is quite common. So I'm in the content directory. I'm just going to go back a bit into workflow. You can see there's the composer.json, and I will require that package. And it's gone and got the latest version, 3.1.3. And if I look at the composer.json, I can see that it's been updated. And there we go, Ocean WP. Same thing. And yeah, I mean, it's just the same as you would expect. When you go to the WordPress.org site, and you go and look at any plugin whatsoever, it's that name that you're looking for. So I'll just do that one, for example. And same with themes, Astra. So all of that's now been installed. But the beauty is when I go and deploy it later on, it doesn't need to take all that code base with it. That will get installed separately on the server. Okay, so we can have as many plugins or whatever, and we can also work with our own plugins. Okay, let's move on. And we can also do patching on the fly. So there's one here that's called drop-down multi-site selector. Now, annoyingly, for the demo, the guy who made it actually added my fix to it the other day. And so I need to install 0.8.2, a specific version. As you can see, all of these have got what's called the claret, which means install above this version. So it's saying any version 5 above this, please do it. And this one's saying I only want version 8.0, sorry, 0.8.2. So I shall just go back to here, composer update. You can see I've got this 0.8.2 is now installed. And if I check multi-site selector, I look at functions, and I look at the functions directory, I can see the problem in here that I had before. Apply filters doesn't actually get returned to anything. It's got site arguments, apply filters, but if you don't have anywhere where it's returned, that applying the filters doesn't do anything. So what we can do is actually make sure that these things are changed on the fly as it installs them. So I have a example here for patches. I'll go back to the directory. I've got patches.json. There's patches. Okay, I'll only grab the middle bit. And the way it works is you name the exact package in Composer that you want. You give it any detail about what it's doing, and then you link to where you want it to get that patch information. That can be locally on the computer in the Git repo, or it can be like this one on the web. And this is just purely the commit that I push forward or offered for this when I forked this code and made a pull request. So there's nothing special that I've done. I'm just copying it. It's just the commit that I made. Okay, so I'll go back to here. and I do composer update, and it deletes it, it downloads it, and then it applies the filters, fix apply filter the fixes. So if I go back to this directory and I look at functions, I can now see that these have got a returns site argument, so I can actually work with it, returns these ones. So with this, if you're able to deploy something via the web in any way, so this composer, anything that you find, you can fork it or you can make a div of it and you can apply a patch whilst it's still broken. Because yeah, many things get left by the wayside over the years, and you can't actually work with them because there's a problem, and every time you update, it's a nightmare. So this way you can apply your own code fixes instantly, and these things get applied also when deploying to the server. So you can have as many of these as you like. You can have 1,000 different patches. Okay, you do have to keep an eye on them, because now this guy has updated it and applied this patch himself. Yeah, the latest version of this plugin does have the fix. But anyhow, that's exactly how patches work. I'll just remove that and get rid of it from composer.json. Now I'm just going to remove the line, save it, do composer update again, and it knows I should delete the directory. So I'll do the same for, I don't know, Ocean WP, doesn't really matter. So we can add and delete themes and plugins very, very quickly. Okay, so I need to scoot along because there's not so much time. Converting something into being composer ready. Okay, so you update the composer JSON, add it to your own Git. Can be any Git, doesn't have to be GitHub. Create a tag release. If it's a private repo, add it to your packagist, grant access to your deploy keys, and away you go. So I'm going to change this one that we just made, I've just made earlier, from basically remove version and reply paste with these two words. Okay, so this in part workflow, plugins, WordPress Live, composer.json. Okay, so he's now done. I'm just going to do update for the safety. Okay, cool. Now, because I want to use it, I need to put it onto GitHub. I'll do it as public. Okay, I'm only going to grab these bits because I don't need to create any content to make it possible. I'm in the right directory. Paste. Failed to push some. Okay, let's see. Git add. Git commit. That's M for message. Push. Okay, I'll just set an upstream for main so it knows how to push it. And we'll just nip back here to GitHub. And boom, it's there. Good. Okay. Next bit is to run git flow. So update this, adding it to GitHub, and now I'm going to do git flow init. Git flow, you'd have to install it normally. I've already got it installed. It's just a more easy branching methodology for using Git. So git flow init. So I'm just going to press enter all the way forward, and it creates a development branch for what's going to be in the next release. It's going to have a release branch. You can do features, all the rest of it. But I don't have enough time to show you all of those if I'm going to do everything else. Git flow Oh, release start 1.0.1, and I'll just be quick and cut and paste, resend, and demo. Yes, okay, and that's created that. So I can git push on main, and git checkout develop, git push. Oh, and it wants me to set an upstream, and I'm just all it's doing is setting the develop branch on Git itself. Git push minus minus tags. This is the one that's going to put the tag of 0.1, sorry, 1.0.1 into GitHub. So let's go back to GitHub. And we can see that main and developer created and the tag of 1.0.1 also exists. And in theory, I should now be able to do a composer require on that. Now I'm going to go, I'm on the combined workflow, composer. Oh. Version constraint. Did I have everything set up correctly? Let me double check. Minimum stability. Okay, I'm just going to double check this against another plugin that I've just been working on. This one's on GitLab instead of GitHub. Yeah, that'll do. Should be enough unless I'm spelling stability wrong. Okay. Oh well. Start. So let's minimum stability dev. Okay. Well, that's annoying. Demo gods are not with me. So I'm just going to crack on with what I already know I have, which is I've got a WordPress plugin called Blog Video. I made these earlier. And so this is in my packagist, which we'll come on to in a minute. The reason I'm rushing is I want to get onto the server stuff. Blog video. Okay. I can't find that either. No, that's a worry. I must be doing something wrong. Okay, let's double check very quickly. And if this doesn't work, we'll just get crack on. I know what the problem is. I haven't told Composer where to get it from. Okay, that's the problem. So I'm just going to tell Composer, hey, get it from here. So Composer. Okay, try that one again. Do not resolve host. Packages. Okay, so it's grabbed it. And if I'll show in a minute how to add the other bit. So that's kind of handy. Thank God. Okay, let's add the other piece. So the other one was called WordFest Live. And I've got a packages repo. And as you can see, I detail here whatever it does. Let's not get this file myself. Same thing here with my little IDE. So I've told it that we've got an update on there. I'm not going to bother tagging this. But what I'm doing now is I'm telling Satis to go out and check all of the different versions. I've got it here, and it's going out and it's checking against each one of my parts what versions are available. And hopefully speaking, it's going to find the new bits. Let's see, did it? Okay, it's found all that it can find. Be up to date. Oh well, we're not going to worry about that. We need to get on. Okay, so where were we? Create a new tag, you push it, you create the tags. What's happening there is you different and develop. It pushes it to a release state. You maybe make some additions or changes. When you then push that, close that release or finish it, it adds those changes back into develop and into master. That's as simple as it gets. Okay, most of these things cost money, so we use Satis. That's great. I've got it here. As you can see, it's running quite happily, and I've not got the latest thing in here. Okay, nice. That'll be why it's not working. Push. So there we go. That 12 seconds, that's there. Git pull. Updates it. Let's help if I have a comma in the right place. Okay. Okay, now it's going out. It's scanning for all the packages, checking for all the different release versions, and updating. So but now, here's the new place. Yay, WordPress Live. Okay. So now when I try and require that, it will know to get version 1.0.1. And that's as simple as it gets. It's just simple. Yay. Okay, so we're ready now to release our website to the world. And we've got exactly 5 minutes to try and do a mountain. I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, so we create our repo, deploy it to the server. I'm just going to create a new repo. Combined work. Oh, I really wish we hadn't lost that first couple of minutes at the beginning. Oh well. It's gonna just that. So and that's that. Git push. Yeah, it's already ready. Webflow. Unfortunately, I have to now quickly add a collaborator because we need to make sure that the server can actually speak to it. Collaborator. Okay, and I've got it here waiting. Annoyingly, GitHub sent you an email. Rather than putting it directly in your thing. So, yeah, oh well, that's the way it goes. So, deploy. I've got a standard directory structure, and I'm just going to enter the repo directory. Yeah. That repo into here, and now let's do composer install, and that's going to go off and get all of the things that we did or didn't add. Okay, and this WP command is not found is where it's trying in the background to run the database update for WordPress using WP CLI. Okay, so we're ready and public. I'm really running out of time. This is such a shame. What I will be doing here is adding the cache and updates directory. But what I am going to do instead is look and see if anybody's got any questions from the audience. And no. Okay. Well, then I'll just carry on until it stops. Yeah. So, files. Okay, so they're created. And now I shall just exit, go across to the server itself. Got a test directory here. I'm going to make this point to public and then use that as a symbolic link across. Okay, so I'll just restart it. Yay, there it is, ready to go. Okay, well, unfortunately, I am out of time. But yes, this is a shame. Far too much to do and not enough time.
But you went fast, Andrew.
Very fast.
Heroic.
There's still more to do. I've got, I don't know, another 20 slides or something.
Far too much in shorter time. I think we've got some questions, haven't we, Taco? Or a question?
Yeah, so as I said, if what you just explained went a bit fast, what would be a good resource for people to get started with Composer?
Okay, that's kind of difficult because it's so fragmented, in my opinion. That's why I'm making a multiple part version of this with lots of different videos, splitting up into sections, explaining each bit in turn, going down to the kind of like real minute detail. Because yeah, this could be a couple of days worth of information.
Yeah, and you tried to do it all in 30 minutes, so
yeah,
50 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, nearly. If only I was a little bit faster. Maybe if I hadn't installed Yoast.
Well, I think that this is just an open invite to come back next WordFest with the rest of it.
With part 2.
Absolutely.
We did have a question around budget. People that are on very low budgets, what would you suggest?
It doesn't make any difference, quite honestly. Okay. The reason I showed you the path that I showed you is because that Satis thing is free. So if you've already got your own server, you can implement that for free and do all your own package management for free. Wow. If you go through GitHub, I believe it's $145 a month. It's around that. I mean, it could be 147, 137. It's over $100 a month.
Okay.
So, 1,200 saving a year. That is kind of where I see it happening. I look for this cost savings because I work for an NGO. And so that's important. So everything that I've showed today was free. Okay, if you want to do private repos, I believe not using GitHub, but maybe using one of the other Gits is a better option because they give more private repos for free. So a little bit of shopping around and the rest is okay.
Perfect. One more question here. As a leader, how do you balance giving structured feedback without wanting to fix a design?
Okay. That's where you begin properly. Quite honestly, that's where you make sure you bring everybody to the table and get everybody to have a chat. My preference is to know what I want for the solution, keep that in the back of my mind, bring everybody to the table, see if somebody's got a better one. If they have, I don't say anything. If they've not, I bring my one up and work that way.
Okay, right. Have we got any more questions? Apparently I'm asking the wrong ones.
Oh, that's okay.
Not to worry. Look, we had these things all over the place. So, okay.
Final call to everyone in the room. Now's your chance to ask Andrew everything. Make sure. Okay.
I have to say, I have so many questions, and I use WordPress, and now I have enormous respect for coders. It's like, so.
It is a whole different world. Even this is a different level again. You don't. What I do is I work globally for this NGO, and so I'm deploying to China, to India, to Mexico, to Southern Africa, and I don't have the time to wait for FTP. And if I did, I would spend my entire day waiting on it. Imagine sending a couple of 100 meg to China. It takes an hour, a couple of gig. Oh, yeah, an eternity. But doing it this way, most of the stuff's already there.
Yeah. Okay. Fascinating stuff.
All right.
Taco, have you got anything else to add to that?
No, I'm still a bit impressed.
Have you been?
I've known Andrew for quite a while, and I know that he is an absolute expert in his field. But this again was next level. So great job. Thank you so much, Andrew.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I really do check out that package that I made, just go to my GitHub and then you'll find it. And it just helps you to deploy because it's got all the tools already in there to manage deployments, to manage patching, to manage the, oh my God, COVID brain. HT access, robot stock text, human stock text, all those other things are managed out of the box. So it just saves you a bunch of hassle.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, I'm going to be honest, I didn't really understand a lot of it, but then it's not my...
Well, I do appreciate when I looked at the speakers and what most of the talks were over. Mine was on a different tangent.
Oh, no, but good for the people that needed that. I mean, let's face it, presentations go with the people that need to know that information. So, Andrew, thank you very much for that. We will now have a little thing from our sponsors, and then we'll let you all know what's coming in the next hour. How does that sound? She says.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
It does sound good, doesn't it? So, okay, do you want to tell them what's happening in the next session?
Yeah, definitely. So the next hour is pretty much a 1 hour break because you can head over to the community tent. And this is where, for example, Cloudways will have their hourly giveaway with a special guest activity. And Weglot has Ibon with them in the session, How Can the Community Help You to Get a Job? And don't forget that this is also the time where you can go into the photo booth, get your photo snapped, tweet it out with the WordPress Live hashtag, and then you will be amongst the list of amazing people who are attending WordFest Live today and who took their picture already in the photo booth.
Perfect.
So
and don't forget to donate. Don't forget to go over, click the donate button.
Absolutely. So the next hour, community tent, go around the site, make sure that you visit all the communities, all the sponsors, and we'll see you back for the next presentation.
Can't wait. Thank you.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me. You. From the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa. Yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy, whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to stage 2. I hope you had a lot of fun in the community tent. Did you manage to get some time there, Bev?
I didn't, because I needed to grab a cup of tea.
You are muted.
yeah, but I'm hoping to
Oh
next
no,
time
that's
round. Did you get in there?
I did, yes, I did. I did find our sponsors, and had a lot of fun for the past hour.
Ooh. Get your photo taken.
Absolutely, yes. I'm on the stream as well.
Excellent, excellent.
I think it's time to introduce our next speaker, don't you think?
Absolutely.
All right, so our next speaker for today is Maziar Firuzmand, and I hope I'm not butchering your name too much. Presenting how to turn a stream of consciousness to a stream of creativity. And describing Maziar is reflective of my multifaceted educational background, which includes a diploma in graphic design, a bachelor's in performing arts, master's in theater direction, and a PhD in communication and media studies. I play a hybrid role in ArtBees, creating a natural synergy between ArtBees marketing, product design, and overall strategy. ArtBees is a theme development company behind the popular WordPress theme Jupiter X and a member of Envato Wall of Fame. So, without further ado, please put your virtual hands together for Maziar.
Hello, guys. Thank you, Taco. Hello, Bev. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to present this talk today. My name is Maziar Firuzmand. I'm the Chief of Marketing in ArtBees. And today I'm going to talk about how to turn a stream of consciousness into a stream of creativity. Okay, let's get started. So maybe you have watched the interview of Robert De Niro with BBC back in the 70s, where he says, my journey of discovering a character is by just thinking how they may be walking. Or maybe you have watched the movie Spellbound by Alfred Hitchcock, where Ingrid Bergman is trying to cure a amnesiac patient by just talking to him and trying to uncover her past by exploring his memories and dreams. Or maybe you have heard about the terms free association, Freudian slip, and emotional memory. In this short presentation, we will find what these all terms have in common and how we can harness that element to trigger and fuel creativity, even in the most frustrating creative droughts. So first talk about objectivity and subjectivity, and then consciousness and unconsciousness. We have a lot to do with these two folds today. Sigmund Freud and his psychoanalytic theory explains the unconscious mind is defined as a reservoir of feelings, thoughts, urges, and memories that are outside our conscious awareness, but which affects our behavior and emotions. And then Freud's student Carl Jung extends the concept of individual feelings, thoughts, urges, and memories to those of entire mankind, like our ancestors, not just our feelings and thoughts in the past, but also our entire, ancestors and us all as human beings. So we inherit all of them, all of that accumulation of humankind's feelings, thoughts, and urges at some point. So our unconscious is heavily repressed by our conscious. Let's go into more detail. Our unconscious constantly, despite this pressure from our conscious, our unconscious constantly tries to reassert itself and influence our character, behavior, visions, and in a way, our entire lives. So a successor of Freud, Jacques Lacan, says our conscious is a product of our language. Lacan explains the mirror stage begins with an infant's first identification with their own image. And that's where the infant understands that they're detached from the unity, ubiquity, and needlessness to division, needfulness, and void. And that is a migration from unconscious to conscious. So the infant then understands after the mirror stage that life after exiting the womb, the mother's womb, and it is divided into I from inside, which is our subjectivity, and it was what's going on when inside mother's womb, and I from outside, which is our objectivity. So language is the only way to fulfill the need and to connect, and in a way to survive. If you want to survive and fulfill your needs in this new world that is formed by your objectivity, not just your subjectivity as before, you need language. One can only communicate with this world with their objectivity and using its only accepted means, language. So language rules. We're entirely built and bound by our language. Sorry to say that, but that's truth. And language, through a signification process, as you can see in the slide, through a signification process, language forms and shapes our entire world. Language, in a way, defines our values, our norms, our entire perception of world, and literally everything. So, language is the regulator between conscious and unconscious. And it's actually language and its defined order that forms and governs our conscious and represses what cannot be accepted. Only accepted norms are allowed. So, as you can see also in the image, this makes the unconscious a massive accumulation of censored dreams, memories, wishes, and obsessions that want to come into life but are blocked by our conscious. So some of these playful and wishful impulses can bypass the conscious block and inform us of their existence in forms of Freudian slips and dreams. However, there are other methods as humans, there are other methods we have developed to let more of that contained treasure slip through the conscious and express itself, such as art, literature, and a technique called stream of consciousness. The goal of these techniques is to trick the system of language and allow it to let through what it's repressing. As you can see, conscious is a system of highly regulated and advanced significations, but unconscious is without much of an order, messy, chaotic, and barely significational. Yeah, unconscious is extremely unformable, raw, ambiguous, and polyphonic. The only way we can help these impulses, these unformable beings out is to facilitate opportunities where they can express themselves without trying to make formable out of them. This is exactly when we are allowing language to block them. So in order to bypass the language, you have to avoid its mechanism, which is like formed beings and formed structures. You have to accept your wishful impulses in their formlessness. Now, that was quite a good introduction. 10 minutes, I'm good. Now let's go more into the main subject, which is stream of consciousness. The stream of consciousness is a narrative mode or method that attempts to depict the numerous thoughts and feelings which pass through the mind of a narrator. This term was coined by Daniel Oliver in 1840. In which a writer allows their mind to just release its thoughts and without any order or restraint. Many icons, image, symbols, and ideas are streamed onto paper, and when looking from the outside, you can find all the repressed ideas and symbols hidden within the Express stream. Among these are often super creative ideas. In fact, you can find absolutely unique ideas within a whole bunch of errors and chaotic mess. Yeah, many masterpieces from human history in art and literature are born this way. You can see some of the sample books that I will also introduce, mention in the end of the presentation. Now, here our goal is to extrapolate this literature, or the literature method, to even larger contexts, including problem solving and helping the creative juices flow during our creative droughts, which is quite common among many of us: designers, developers, business owners, entrepreneurs, and such. So we should acknowledge the possibility of our hidden treasury of thoughts, icons, band voices, images, ideas, and expressions, and find their pieces of gold. I'm not going to, in this presentation, I'm not going to suggest a formula, but rather sporadic ideas based on my personal experiences across quite a diverse range of contexts that I have experienced throughout my different careers, from graphic design to performing arts, writing, and marketing. Here we go. The practical tips to turning a stream of consciousness into a stream of creativity. So this is actually a hierarchy of the creative drafts based on the severity. As you can see, I have defined them with 4 categories of 4 levels and different colors, which is, and the solution to attack them. The first level is like a low drought, let's say, that we use our basic ideas to attack to. Second is metaphors and metonymies that I will explain shortly. The third one is distraction, deliberate distraction as a technique. And finally, which is our final savior, is error. I know these songs may sound a little vague or general, but I will make sure to go into enough details and cover them. So the first level of, the first technique that I'm going to talk about is do not overthink a solution. Find a clue and track where it leads to. This is across many different contexts. It's not just for a specific field. Anything that involves your creativity and requires your creativity. So when you are trying to solve a problem or anti a mind glitch, do not overthink it. Identify the simplest cues and trace them to see where they lead you to. They may end up proving completely wrong or useless eventually, but they will be a guide to a solution. They will be acting like a mediator. So imagine that I'm going to give you an example problem where this can help. You are stuck at ideating a design identity for a brand or for a product. So you should first attack the problem with simplest ideas and trying basic shapes, basic forms. So for example, the first basic shapes coming to your mind may be a result of trends and habits, but they could also be highly related to something to your conscious that you're not directly aware of. So as you can see in this example, when I was trying to build, I was working on a design project, and all I had, the assets I had at the beginning, was super general, taglines and words and phrases maybe, and not much of visual idea how to begin designing and where it should lead to. So this is all I had, which is like the value it delivers, which is more sales and more conversions, a tagline for the product, some extra features that it can give, the fact that it's free, and the accent color of the brand. That's all I had. So as you can see, I started with the design in the upper left, and the one that you see in the lower right is where it led to. So what I'm trying to say is that you should listen to what it tries to give to you, these basic shapes. The first shape coming to your mind is suggested by your mind for a reason, and they may be your best bet to succeed. So the takeaway from this tip is that solutions exist before problems. They are floating somewhere out there, and you just need to hunt them. Actually, let me give you an interesting example related to this. There is this highly controversial question, something like, which one was first, egg or the chicken? So they say, which one was first, human or language? Many suggest language, including me. It's also a controversial response to this question. If we assume it's correct, that's a long discussion. I'm not going to go into detail why, but if we assume it's correct, then also the same way, solutions also exist before the problem. We just need to be receptive to it and let that solution approach. It will give you the clues. So if this didn't help, giving you a kickstart and helping you move forward with your creative problem, the second one that you can use is letting and watching your thoughts race. Just sit back and let this happen. When trying to find a solution to a problem or working on a creative work, do not force yourself to focus right away. If you notice your thoughts are not focused and just racing at a random pace, let them be. Your mind is aware of the challenge you're trying to address and will present a solution sooner or later. So imagine in an exemplary situation, you imagine that you're working on a script that you're writing for a product promo video, and it's just not getting there. Silence, that's all you should do. Let your mind flow, but try to hunt metaphors and metonymies inside them. Let's talk about metaphors and metonymies. So you have a fever. The fever is a metonymy of flu. Fire is a metonymy of war. That's what metonymy is. And now we have metaphors. Flower is a metaphor for beauty, right? So our unconscious speaks to us with metaphors and metonymies. Remember we said that it's unformable and it evades getting formed in any way. So the best form that it can create to talk to us is through metaphors and metonymies, according to Freud. So you have to get used to these to be able to understand it. It's how you can speak to your unconscious. The function of Freud's free association is actually the same thing. Let the conscious uncover what it has sealed, which is absolutely no meaning upon first glance, but will have specific metaphors and metonymies implemented in it, which will result in your answers. So imagine I was working on a product promo video script, and I was just stuck. And I did this. I just did, sit on it and relaxed a bit. I don't know why, but I was keep getting fed by these images of vomiting. That's crazy, right? The vomitation. And I just gave it a thought, and I noticed maybe that can be a metonymy of sickness. It is actually a metonymy of sickness and disorder. And how about I use this as the main idea of the video, that you are using the WooCommerce the default way without some extra features that our products is going to give, and that's why it sucks. As you can see, the script You say, yeah, I set up my WooCommerce store and it just rocks. Just kidding, it can't suck more. Mac's going to vomit. And this is the result. This is the final thing that I worked on. So this was how my unconscious helped me. And then we come to another exemplary problem. Imagine that you cannot come up with a topic for WordCamp talk. This is, or any other talk. This is quite a common problem for many of us in the WordPress community. That just, we have a lot to talk about, but when we sit down and think about a topic, we cannot find it, or we find it not worthy enough to publicly present it. So again, here you have to just have a moment of silence, or an hour of silence maybe, and let your mind flow. But try to hunt metaphors and metonymies again in them. Thing is, what I'm trying to say is that you should not start ideating a topic from its main subject, but rather listen to yourself for a while. Your unconscious will tell you what it wants you to talk about. Let it grow and drive you forward from bottom to top, not the other way around. This is actually contrary to the common conception about many things. Like, for example, many believe that you should start the designing process from the general idea and then come down to the details. But sometimes you have to reverse the process by just starting thinking about small details, and those details should be the metaphors and metonymies that comes to your mind, like we discussed, and then build upon them, and then you will see where it will take you, and it may be surprising. So the unconscious is absolutely unformable and tends to stay disordered. It cannot communicate with you through the language you know. That language is in fact blocking your unconsciousness. Instead, it tries to give you metaphors and metonymies that leads to the solutions. This is actually wrong, sorry. Not the problems, but the solution. So while thinking about a topic to speak about in a WordCamp or in a WordFest, actually this WordFest that is, I ideated this topic, I was saying, hey, I cannot find the topic. I just can't, this is not happening. And then I thought, maybe this is just a, signification from my unconscious that not being able to topic, why you're not able to find a topic. How about we talk about this? How about this process of me trying to force myself to find a topic and then getting signals from somewhere I don't know that drives me forward, like what just happened, can be the topic of a talk. So that's how the idea of how to turn stream of consciousness into a stream of creativity was born. So this is the second. The third level that is just like nearly complete drought, creative drought, is is indicated with this yellow color, a warning color. What you can do here is to distract yourself deliberately while you're trying to focus. While you're struggling to solve a problem or solving a creative drought, distract yourself by any means. I mean, deliberate distraction. Check your social feed, open your camera roll, check the rooftop in the Slack. That's effective. So imagine that you're trying to design a hero section for a landing page and they all look awful. Don't pursue fast progress. Make smaller steps and repeatedly distract yourself. This is important. Distract yourself with something completely irrelevant after every step of progress. So when I was ideating homepage content for a new product, I remember I checked my Facebook 45 times. This is real. I counted because I wanted to record this actually for a meeting, for a presentation like this. And this is how my, the combo of my fingers are following is Command T and then FA, because it's saved in my browser and it immediately comes up. And interestingly, I'm not spending more than 5 seconds, sometimes 2 seconds. It's not just that I want to know what's going on. It's just that I do this so my mind is distracted. This is a little, what is that, masochistic? Yeah, it is. You just distract yourself. It's painful, really. So yeah, I was stuck and I did this, and every time 5 seconds, And like I said, I was not focusing even in the headlines. And don't be afraid. If you, even if you think you are very close to making progress, don't mind distracting yourself for a few minutes. What you nearly found will come and find you again. If you're afraid that, hey, I found something, why I should distract myself? Let me continue building upon it. Don't. If it found you once, it will come and find you again, and it will maybe result in a superior ideation. And finally, this is the absolute drought. Here, your own final weapon is error. Why error and how? During, we have a little bit of background here. During his literary theory, Anxiety of Influence, Harold Bloom explains creative misreading or misprision proper. This is what he calls it, is when a poet makes a swerve away from the precursor in the form of a corrective movement. Quite complicated. This swerve suggests that the precursor went accurately up to a certain point, but should have swerved in the direction that a new poem moves and free itself from the anxiety of influence. I will summarize this. So the point is, Harold Bloom, what he says and what we can, extract out of this is that he's talking about the anxiety of influence of poets before him, before the poet that is writing now, and the anxiety of influence of readers before those who are going to read your poem. And this anxiety is deeply rooted in our unconscious and has a lot common with the patriarchal hierarchy of literature. But again, it can apply to any other context. Imagine in our context, to make it more relevant, those who are running big businesses, big names, your competitors, the dominant names in your field, they have all an anxiety. They have they are imposing a high level of anxiety on you because you want to compete with them, and you are anxious if you will be good enough, your product will be competitive enough or deliver enough values. So by misreading a well-established rule in business design, we can free our unconscious from the anxiety of ideators, businessmen, designers, and developers who have successfully established a norm that has ended up dominating the industry as a fashion. But each of us should be able to misread what's established and give life to new ideas. But this is an actual mechanical and extremely deliberate misreading. For example, imagine that you're stuck ideating a tagline for a new startup. What you can do is just break apart existing slogans used by the competitors, replace the keywords with other words, even with wrong words, and results may be fascinatingly unique. We actually tried this method for one of our products and it worked. So here are some examples. Just look at what folks out there have done with these slogans. And you see, this is a combination of IKEA saying Nike, and IKEA has this in common that you need to build it yourself. We create the products and you have to build it at home or yourself, or you have to pay for us. Or Pepsi, whose identity is just nothing but Coke. It's just not trying to say I'm not Coke, but yeah. Also, the Pokemon, who is known for asking people to go outside, interact with the app, and the other these I don't remember the names. So, or the other brands, as you can see. This one is interesting. Toblerone, the airport chocolate. This is absolutely I can relate to, and these ones. So that's it about how you can use these methods to trigger your creativity. For further reading, I suggest these 4 books: Man and His Symbols by Carl Jung, The Interpretation of Dreams by Freud, Ulysses by James Joyce, and a selection of writings by Jacques Lacan, my favorite. Thank you, everyone, and wish you you can overcome with your creative droughts.
Wow. Absolutely. I could have listened to that for hours.
Thank you so much.
Man after my own heart. Love it.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
especially when you're talking about get distracted. I'm like, I should show this to my boss.
Oh yeah.
I have a question. I put a question in the question thing because it struck me through there that it takes a certain amount of bravery in a way to switch off that common thing that people are telling you how to do something or the norm, and to pick up those new unique ideas and take them forward. So is it about trusting yourself and having that bravery to go, no, I'm going to run with this no matter how weird it sounds?
Yes, exactly. It is opposite to many the usual productivity tips. When you check what's written in blogs or podcasts, people are actually discouraging what I said. Because it worked for me, and I'm not a underproductive person in my team. Actually, I'm doing quite good. It's not bad. So I want to say maybe we have to look at this point of view, or maybe those productivity tips. I'm not saying they're wrong. Thing is, they may not be working for everyone, and some people have this. Some people like me have this different, I don't know, character, or the system is just different. So maybe you have to define your own rules, and they may be helping you become more productive.
Okay. It's funny, there's another question that somebody put in, and it was a case of, well, if I keep being distracted, how do I get all my work done? So again, I suppose that comes back to how your own personal way of doing things works.
Yeah, when you're looking at this, like for a moment, say, hey, focus is the opposite of distraction. You should not distract if you want to, you should not get distracted if you want to focus. But the thing is that when you are focusing and it's not happening, you have to slow down and let your mind, your brain, or what I say, your unconscious, help you. Because even if you are trying to relax, it's working in backstage. Many of us have happened to many of us that you're working on a very difficult problem, and you cannot find it. You sleep and wake up the following day, and you notice that you found it. It's because your brain is hard at work when you're actually not working. So you have to, because if you force it, it may just go completely off the direction and ruin your product. So you have to slow down, and maybe this this practice of continuously distracting yourself may be a little radical, but for my absolute difficult problems, when I was stuck ideating in design, in writing, or acting on stage, this is also very common for actors. That's how they attack the anxiety and the stress. You have to just distract yourself, and suddenly this moment of, they say, the moment of inspiration, Stanislavski, the Russian. Oh, I said Russian, sorry. So this is actually theoretically written by him, this renowned theoretician, and he says that you have to do this. This moment of inspiration does not happen when you want it. It will happen when it wants. And yeah.
That I can agree with. I'm a firm believer in the distraction, because sometimes, but I'm lucky I don't have a boss. I am my boss. So, but yeah, I do. I need that. I can't, if I force it. It's like, isn't it? It's like a light switch. If you keep trying to force something, it's just like, no, I'm going to shut the door. I'm just not going to listen to you anymore.
That's right.
How do you do that work, Taco? Is that easy for you?
Yeah, I don't know. I do 1,000 things at a time, always. So maybe I'm just continually distracting myself. Even now there's 3 screens where I'm monitoring the chat, and I'm monitoring Slack, and listening to your voice and telling the story. And I think that is a way as well to focus for me, is that I have these micro distractions going on. So in a way, I see what you're saying here. But like I said before, at the same time, if I go in and tell my boss, like, I think I should be distracted more, I'm not sure if that would work.
You have to tell your boss that we have come to this point where we do not want distractions, but they want us, and we cannot get away from them. So maybe it's time for us to love the distractions, and we fix our relationship with the distractions, and that they may become more helpful.
Yeah, I mean, in the chat, I see that. Oh, I'm so going to butcher your name. I'm sorry. Bruce Firouz says to me, work is the distraction from social media. So that's even turning it around further, I'd say.
I love that.
You know what? Bruce is my boss. Is actually so you can guess how this happened. That I'm just being part of this company. I am presenting such a talk. So I'm lucky that my boss is quite worse than me in that.
Can I just, if I jump in there, because while you were speaking, I was thinking, are we saying then that consciousness is not creative, but our unconscious is?
Yeah, exactly. And what I try to say is that this is a very long discussion, but there's a lot of things that our society, our language, the way we are raised, the social customs, all the traditions from our generation and previous generations have formed norms and values, and many of absolutely unique ideas are lying there and repressed under the consciousness, which is actually facilitated by the power of language, our mother tongues. And we have to find ways. And many of us who go for meditation and such practices, this is actually trying to diminish the power of language and find new ways of creating and consuming meaning in our lives. So what I said, like I said, is sporadic clues that I had in my personal experience, but there's a lot. It's an ocean of opportunities and valuable things that we can discover. People do praying, people do meditation, people do thinking, relaxing, all of them that can give you a door towards your unconscious. I encourage it.
Yeah, and I think that's what Lina said in the chat, and the viewers can see it in the bottom of the screen as well, is many times I have the best ideas for a project when I start working in another project.
Exactly.
So yes, distraction seems to work.
Absolutely. This has happened to me many times.
So and which project do you concentrate on?
Actually, for my personal projects, including the design or script writing, or when I used to be an actor, I always questioning myself why the clue about the role that I played in my previous show. It's I understand it now when I'm acting another role. This is how your unconscious play with you. It has its own playfulness. And you always say, hey, what if you just give me that clue when I was acting Hamlet, not when I'm acting some other roles? And it's very playful. It's not controllable. It just plays with you. And you have to somehow it gives you a clue and you have to hunt it. And it gives you a clue and leaves you. So, yeah, as for your question, when do you actually focus to your project? When the project is ideated and it has found its form, that's the only way where I can just sit down and work like a normal person. But when I'm just in the beginning, which is the most challenging time in different contexts, designing, ideating, copywriting, anything, the first part is very difficult. Before you form the identity of the project, you have to take a lot of challenges. But right after that, that's easier, and you can just focus, drink your coffee, and continue to work.
I love it. I want to work for you.
Always a pleasure, Bev. We have an understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Firouz had actually a nice question as well. Does multitasking have a bad impact on creativity?
Yeah, again, if you check the usual recommendations, productivity tips, they said that avoid multitasking as much as you can, which is actually true to some extent, like I said. But sometime, according to these, if we assume these practices are correct and helpful, that may be useful as well. Like the example of acting that I just provided. Sometimes, your brain, your unconscious is working. You do not like to work on what you like when you want it, and when you like it. It just works on it when you're focusing on something else, and then it delivers you and just hands over what you wanted. And that's why multitasking and switching between different contexts can actually be good at some context. Again, this is not a formula to apply for all contexts, but at some type of projects, I think it may be helpful.
I have to say, I find if I'm multitasking in different sorts of disciplines, if you like, it's easier than if I'm multitasking, like trying to put 3 quotes together and it's the same thought process. So I think, do you think it actually helps train the brain in a way and our unconscious to switch backwards and forwards if we do it a lot?
Absolutely, because when you keep doing the same thing, even if you do it good and everyone is happy with it, you will start to lose the creativity, because it's you following the same thing, the same pattern, and it's everyone is happy and goes home happy. But when you do not challenge yourself, that's the moment of your death. I mean, your creative death. You will just be a doer at that moment. So I think changing context, even voluntarily asking your teammates, your boss, or everyone that I want to work on a variety of subjects and contexts can be good. And due to my role in my company, which is marketing, I inevitably have to work like this, and I got used to this, and that's why I can see the white hairs growing over time. It wasn't like this.
I feel you. I feel you.
Well, excuse me. But I do have pink and blue in there somewhere.
because of the work, actually. But for me, it's a painful thing, but I kind of like it. It has proven to be rewarding for me.
Okay. Have we got any more questions there, Paco? I talk too much, so I'm trying to.
Yes, we do. So you have to help me with your last name, because I probably butchered that earlier.
Oh, no, not at all. You were quite close, actually. My name is Mazyar Firuzmand.
Firuzmand. Okay, because we have a question from Nell Firuzmand. So that's why I needed your help. And she says, that's what I was thinking, actually. To continuously distract yourself is to master in multitasking in a way, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And it can give you, it can be helpful in time management as well, because also those who are working in like multitasking, multi-context, they have this time management problem. They just have to start working on something, focus a bit, and suddenly they have to jump over another task. This is what their job requires them to. And yeah, so multitasking and this practice of distraction can help you manage your time better as well, to my personal opinion.
Yeah,
interesting.
Definitely.
Do you think psychology in marketing, because a lot of that beginning bit of your presentation was very much about sort of psychology and how we think. Do you think within marketing that's useful because you can actually understand who you're marketing to?
You said the target, those.
Well, yeah, because unless it's just you love psychology and marketing and everything going together. I just wondered if by understanding that consciousness thing and the psychology and the way we think helps you in your marketing role, because you sort of have a bit of an idea how people's brains work. Does that make any sense?
Oh, exactly. Yes, I cannot say no. This is like when I was educating in the master's level and I was working on my thesis. This is when I actually got to know all these things in linguistics, semiotics, psychology, and it opened doors for massive space of ideas that actually helped me in my marketing career. Many people ask me why you have abandoned acting for marketing or graphic design to marketing, and how are these all related to each other. But in a way, you can find the functions in psychology, or all those that we talked about today. They are actually applying to people that you can, sorry to say this, but you can leverage this. This is the goal of every salesperson or marketer, to leverage these, let's say, cognitive biases. There's a lot of things called these functions in our minds, like fear of missing out or loss aversion. These are cognitive biases that you can actually leverage to sell more. This is ugly to say, but let's be honest, this is the goal of marketing and sales. So when you master these, even by just reading them, they seem like completely theoretical, but you can actually put them into good use in your business. So I can say, yes, I agree that you can use them.
Nice. Yeah, and Lena goes where I hope we wouldn't go, but she says also toilet time. It's a great way to turn the stream of consciousness to eureka moments.
They're the best times to have eureka moments.
And it may be surprising, but many masterpieces in history of music, especially have been born in toilet. Really, you know the rock band The Who, right?
Yeah.
So many of the songs, including this Teenage Wasteland, this song is written in his toilet. So toilet, I actually missed it from my list. I should have added toilet as well.
Didn't Slade write their Christmas song? He wrote it on the toilet. Noddy Holder, I believe.
Oh yeah.
I'm just surprised now by your knowledge of things that happened in the toilet. It's.
I think it's an actor's thing because I used to be on the stage as well. Must be an actor's thing.
Yeah, you have to be a little cautious because the unconscious goes crazy. So
yeah, that's so. I think it's about time to slowly wrap up. To our audience, if you have a pressing question, now is the time to ask because we only have 1 minute left for questions. So make sure that you get your last question in. And if that doesn't happen in the next minute, then we will move on and you'll miss out forever.
Yeah.
Dramatic. Yes.
That was a great closing, Taco.
I personally would like to say a huge thank you for that. It was fascinating. So I'm going to go distract myself in a minute.
Thank you so much, Bev and Taco. I hope that it's been useful for your audience. I want to thank you especially to great folks in a big orange heart. It's a great event and encourages inclusivity. I do appreciate your efforts and good luck with future ones.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
All right. And then we have to thank our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Do make sure to visit their tents and chat with them, and there's a chance to win prizes. And obviously, don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And thank you also to our media partners and all the micro sponsors.
And don't forget to donate, people.
Donate money, not people, but yes.
Yes, everybody.
Yeah, so let me see. In the community tent in the next hour, Cloudways will have their Kubio tent takeover with Alina Kubio. GoDaddy Pro are running a panel on web security with Nestor Angulo de Ugarte and guests. You can join Nexus to have a chance to win. And we are doing games in the Yoast booth. So make sure to check them out. Also, for the next session, we have to warn you a bit because our next session, Find the Funny, has a trigger warning for suicide. So please know that this is the case for the next session. With that, I think it's time to hear from our sponsors, don't you think?
Absolutely.
All right. Let's hear what they have to say today.
Yep. See you in the next session.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Welcome back. So we're up to lightning talks now, I believe, Taco.
Yes,
so what's going to happen is we're going to watch them both and then have the Q&A. So I'm going to introduce the first speaker and then Taco will take over from me. So first up, we have Lou Williams with Find the Funny. And just to remind you, as Taco mentioned earlier, this does include some stuff around suicide. So if that is a trigger for you, be aware that that will happen during Lou's talk. And Lou Williams is a stand-up comedian who challenged stage fright following a suicide attempt. Now, there are candid references to that experience in her set that she has performed up and down the country at grassroots level. And Lou believes sharing this experience with others has been therapeutic and feels if she can make just one person in any audience feel better, then she's doing what she set out to do.
And after that, you'll see Emily Hunkler with Virtual Happiness Hour, the weekly video call that motivates a community and makes an impact. Emily is the Chief Operating Officer for GoWP, a company that provides exceptional outsourced WordPress services to help agencies grow. She lives in Athens, Ohio, with her husband Mark and her 2 young daughters, Yvette and Lydia. In her spare time, she keeps active in nature with trail running and hiking with the family. But first, we go to Lou.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy, whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Hi there, thank you so much for joining me for Finding the Funny. Yes, I am Lou Williams, and we are going to spend the next 15 minutes together. So, what can I tell you? I suppose I'd better give a little bit of an insight into why I'm doing this. So, I actually run a company called CSHQ. It's just a small business. It stands for Comical Suicide Headquarters, CSHQ. And the reason why I called it that is because in 2014, trigger warning, I attempted to end my life. And as I didn't succeed, I took it as my work on earth isn't done. There's still things I need to do. And I felt like I'd been given a second chance. So, as I was going through recovery and trying to get stronger and over what had happened, I thought about all the things that I'd wanted to do in my life. So I made a bucket list of all the things that I would have wanted to do before I died of natural causes later on in the future. And I went through everything. I went through childhood dreams, I went through jobs, I went through things I wanted to study, languages I wanted to learn. And I remember that when I was a kid, I used to love performing. My parents' friends would come round and I would absolutely love to just stand up in the living room and attempt to make them laugh, whether I did impressions, sung silly songs. I'm not a dancer, so I don't do that. But I just loved being, as a kid, as kids do, I loved being the centre of those adults' attention. As I've got older, I don't like that. Believe it or not, I get on stages and I actually hate attention. It's very strange, but that's a conversation for another day. Anyway, so I thought, okay, I've been given this second chance. I am going to try to have a go at stand-up comedy. Now, the purpose of this talk isn't to turn you all into stand-up comedians, although if that's the road you want to go down, then great. I am behind you 100%. I think the world needs more laughter. But the idea is it's really difficult to find humour in adverse times. If you suffer with mental health or if you're just going through a bad time, sometimes it's really hard. It's really difficult to find something to laugh about. So there are a couple of tips that I use when I write my sets for performing on stages. But these are things that people can do personally, just to be able to, more like a self-care, self-therapy type thing, if you know what I mean. So there's obviously everybody's got different learning styles. We've all got different attitudes. We've all got different personalities. We've all got different beliefs, ethics and morals. Okay, I get that. There are some things that people find offensive. There are some things that people just won't touch. I mean, I was always raised, as a child, I was raised never to speak about religion or politics. So that's stuck. That doesn't go in my set. I will not talk about religion. I will not talk about politics. But while I'm not doing that, I can do that personally. I can do that in a diary. I can do that in a journal. I can do that in a blog post. I don't have to do that for comedic purposes. I can do that for myself, to voice an opinion, or to remove a question of faith out of my mind, or make sense of something political that I don't understand, especially in the current climate at the moment. So that's the beauty of being able to have certain tools to find the funny, I guess. Now, depending on different learning styles, these can be adapted in any way that suits anybody. If you know young teenagers, young children, anybody, it's not age appropriate, but these are good tools to pass on. So if you take anything from this, do pass it along to anybody you know who also may be struggling to express themselves in any kind of way, or who just seems like the weight of the world is on their shoulders and they need a good laugh. There's a couple of tips. There's the 3-2-1 challenge. What I call it a 3-2-1 thing. And basically you have 3 incidences that you write about or record yourself talking about or think about, speak to somebody else about it. Whatever you do, you need to get it out of here and get it out there, be it on paper or on tape. You can record yourself doing it, nobody has to see it, or you can share it with the entire universe. It's your call. This is your brain, your thoughts. So 3 things from the time that you're in. So either the same day, day before, that week. And it will be something like something that made you angry, something that made you anxious, something that made you sad. When you've got those 3 things, you need to change them to the opposite. So let's say that you wrote down an incident that made you angry. What you do in the next step is you write it down as if it didn't make you angry. You write it down as if instead of shouting and yelling, you actually couldn't stop laughing. You don't need to be a creative writer to do this. You don't need to have any authoring skills at all to do this. Just rewrite it. So you switch anger to not anger. You do the same with the anxiety. Something made you anxious, instead it made you giggle. Something made you sad, no, it made you smile. And that's a really, really good tip to adopt. So that's one, and as I say, it can be done even in the shower. You can just be thinking, you could be praying, you could be doing whatever it is you're doing, and that is a really, really good way just to flip a thought. That practice of thought flipping is used a lot in manifestation practices, in spiritual practices, in cognitive behavioural therapy practices. It's all about shifting your mindset, and it costs nothing. You don't need any resources to do it. Just pen, bit of paper, good memory, video recorder, dictaphone. It can be done. Another thing that you can do is you can pick something about yourself that you dislike. So look in the mirror, pick something that you really dislike about yourself. When you look in that mirror, there's got to be something that you're not happy with, even though it could be perfect. We all have that one thing that if we could, we'd change it. So you're going to go and look in the mirror and you're going to focus on that thing that you really don't like. Okay? And what you're going to do is you're going to learn to like it. But how can I do that, you're asking? Well, it's really simple. Look in the mirror and smile. That reflection that looks back at you will smile back at you. So look in the mirror and smile. You may not like your eyebrows. You may not like your nose. You may not like your hair. You may feel overweight. Doesn't matter. Look at that reflection. Look into the eyes of that reflection and smile. When you see that smile smiling back at you, how that made you feel. Because I guarantee you, even if you're having the worst day ever, everything that you've got changed 4 or 5 times that day, nothing fits, you're upset, you feel bloated, you feel miserable, you're balding, whatever, I guarantee once you see your reflection smiling back at you, even if it's just for a nanosecond, you're not going to love yourself instantly, you're not going to be over your insecurities instantly, but I guarantee you in that nanosecond, you will feel so much better. So smile. Another thing that we can do is actually pick the most awkward times we've been in. We can pick something that's haunted us. So many years ago when I was in primary school, I could think of 1,000,001 occurrences which, you know, whether it be bullying or silly mistakes I'd made or teachers or whatever. There's always something that sticks in your mind from primary school or high school or your youth. There's always something and it sticks. So imagine not rewriting it, not changing it, because we can't undo what's been done, but instead of thinking about it so negatively like, oh my god, I asked so and so out and the whole class heard and laughed. And that's haunted you. All your life that's haunted you. You feel embarrassed. Now you're too shy. You don't want to ask anybody out, for example. How do you make that humorous? How do you make that humorous? It sounds so difficult. It sounds impossible when it's haunted you all of your life. But just imagine the freedom that you would feel if you looked at it or wrote about it, or recorded it, or performed it, or blogged about it, or started a conversation about it on social media. Any which way you can get it out there and flip it. All you have to do is just flip it. I can't believe 11-year-old me did this, and now at 44, I am still haunted by it. That little whatever, you know, it's bugged me all my life. And take the person you were then and imagine it into something separate from yourself. So now imagine that the person that did that embarrassing thing is a separate entity to you. And have a dialogue. Have a go at them. I can't believe you did that to me when I was 11. That kind of thing. You with me? So all of this is all about mindset shifting, and they are just simple tips. They're tips that have helped me put really bad things that happened to me at school to bed. These are things that have helped me write a 5-minute set to perform on stage, or a 10-minute set to perform on stage, or longer. These things have helped me create content. These things have helped me write stories. These things have helped me give advice. By adjusting my mind that way, when people have actually come to me for advice, be it family members, friends, whatever, I've been able to say, well, instead of looking at it like that, why don't you look at it like that? So it's like the glass half full, glass half empty type thing. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to patronise anybody. So instead of saying you should do this, you should do that, what I do is I've presented it as tools, because they are just tools. Advice is just a tool. It's there. It's there to be listened to. You don't have to take it, but it's there. Same with tips and tools. Same with a notebook. Same with a dictaphone. It's there. It's a tool. And even looking in the mirror is a tool. But look in the mirror and smile. Find some adversity, flip it around. Something you dislike, turn it into a separate entity and talk to it. Face that demon. And that's pretty much one way or 3 ways to 1, finding the funny.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining me today. I am here to present on Virtual Happiness Hour, the weekly video call that motivates a community and makes an impact. So, community is everything. Hopefully you have a couple communities that you belong to. Communities can come in different forms. They can be made up by your family, your friends, your coworkers, your roommates. It's really anyone that you have anything in common with. I participate in the parents committee at my kids' school. I coach my daughter's soccer team. I attend social meetups with folks that belong to my local co-working space and in my neighborhood. And of course, I have my team at work. Those are an example of some of the communities that I'm a part of. Being someone that has moved around quite a bit as an adult, I know the importance of finding your community. And I'm also here to say that it doesn't have to be hard to become an active member within a community. You just have to show up. And we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Belonging to a community is so important for many reasons. Support. Communities enable us to show support to other members of the community. Being supportive and receiving support helps us feel better about ourselves on both ends of the spectrum. Connecting. Communities provide a space for connections to thrive. Communities open doors for meaningful one-on-one connections. It's just up to you to establish and nurture those relationships once the connection has been made. Sharing. Communities give us an outlet to share. Sharing ideas and experiences help us grow and opens the door to more nuanced understandings of our own experiences and ideas through the lens of others. And all of that leads to growth. Communities expose us to new and different perspectives. When you're an active member of a community, that means you're showing support for other members, you're making personal connections, and you're sharing ideas. I know firsthand that the conversations that happen as a result can make impacts you never expected. So I'm here today to talk about a specific community event that I helped put together at my job, and that's the weekly GoWP Virtual Happiness Hour. I work at GoWP. We help digital agencies grow by matching them with WordPress developers, copywriters, and designers. And the digital agency owners community is a Facebook group full of those amazing agency owners, solopreneurs, and web professionals. Now, the Virtual Happiness Hour is a video call we hold nearly every Friday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Time, and have been for the last 2.5 years now. But that wasn't always the plan. So in 2019, we attended WordCamp US in St. Louis. This was shortly after creating the Facebook group. It was there that we hosted our official first happiness hour, and it was at a local cantina there in St. Louis. We invited everyone who was part of the community at that time, and any friends that we met while at WordCamp US as well. And it was a total success. You can see it in the picture there. We were bursting at the seams, and then and there we decided that we were going to do more of those throughout the year. And as luck would have it, we were only able to throw one more in-person happiness hour at WordCamp Phoenix 2020. And then we all know what happened. COVID hit. So as you're all fully aware, we were stuck at home even more than before. I'm sure a lot of you here are remote workers who are used to being at home, but it was even more home time than we were used to in our usual status quo. Our social interactions came to a screeching halt, but unsurprisingly, our online community continued to grow. So we decided to try something new. With in-person meetups no longer happening, we decided to hold a weekly video call where everyone in the group was invited to join and participate. And we've been holding these calls for over 2 years now. And I want to share some of the things that I've learned. So Let's talk about how to get the most out of community meetups. The first step is showing up, and it's fine to start out as an observer. But if you're a member of a community, you need to show up to reap the benefits. You joined this community for a reason, and it wasn't to crowd your inbox or jam up your social feed. So show up. You can start out as an observer, look at the questions, see how folks are asking them, how folks are responding. Take notes of these cues, so once you're comfortable to start participate, you can hit the ground running. Or do just that, join the community and hit the ground running. You can immediately take advantage of all the offerings, attend the events, answer people's questions, ask for help, and contribute however you can if you're comfortable doing that out of the gate. Be aspirational. If you've got a goal to run a marathon, for example, join a community or a group with marathon runners. Even if you have only ran 2 miles in your life or not at all. If that's your goal, join that community. And before you know it, those feelings of intimidation and imposter syndrome will be in the rear view, as long as you show up and eventually start contributing and taking part in that community. This goes for any sort of personal or professional goal you have. Go out, find those communities that you aspire to be a part of, join them, and show up. Be vulnerable. So don't be afraid to say, I don't know, I need help. I've learned that most people love the opportunity to share their expertise, especially if they think it is going to directly help someone else. So by asking for help or talking about your own insecurities, you're opening the door for connections to be made. Share your struggles. By sharing your struggles you've overcome and the struggles you're enduring, it makes you more relatable and it helps the community become more approachable. Don't sugarcoat everything. Sometimes it's important to let people know you went through hell and back to accomplish something. But that brings us to the last point of celebrating your wins. Always celebrate your wins. Don't sugarcoat it. If you had struggles along the way, share those too, but celebrate your wins. Your community wants to share in your happiness. Don't be shy, boast away. Just remember that it's the balance of these things that makes a community thrive. So if you find that you're always sharing struggles, try to share a win next time. You and your community will reap the benefits if you can strike this balance right. Now, if you have a community that you help lead, or maybe you're thinking of starting one, or maybe you're part of a community that isn't very active and not living up to its potential, in your opinion, here's what I've learned after 2 years of leading the Happiness Hour call in the digital agency owners community. Make the purpose of your community crystal clear. Having fun and learning soccer, that's for my daughter's soccer team. Providing valuable parental input for our children's school, that's for the parent advisory board. Helping agencies grow. What's your community's purpose, and is it clear to all who stumble upon it and consider joining? After that, make it easy to join. First off, make sure you're vetting your community members if that's part of your responsibilities. Figure out what it is you need them to provide in order for you to know if it's a good fit for the community. But once folks are in, make events easy to attend. Make contribution easy. If it's a Zoom call, make that link easy to grab, send calendar invites, whatever the medium, figure out how to make that bar to entry so low that the only excuse community members have for not joining is because they had something else going on. Give it structure. Organic conversation is gold. We all know that. It's a magical feeling when you're in a conversation that's flowing naturally with pearls of wisdom being dropped left and right. We've all been a part of that at some point. It's incredible. But getting that flow to happen is not easy. I know this. So start the conversation off by setting a topic. Reach out to a few people ahead of time and ask them to speak first. Let them know what the topic's going to be and that you'd love for them to share their insights to get the ball rolling. Once a few people start talking and sharing their perspectives, it triggers others to join in and share their thoughts and experiences. Provide opportunity for contribution. Don't be afraid of the silence. As someone, myself, who has always shied away from raising my hand in class during a lively discussion, I know that silence can be a great motivator. I find that it's in the silent moments that people who may not normally chime in take the opportunity to speak up. Try asking an open-ended question and wait a few beats. You may be surprised at who fills the silence. Then be a host. Just as if you were throwing a dinner party, you should recognize your guests, know their names, Introduce yourself if you don't, welcome people, and make sure they know that everyone is on the same level and you're glad that they're there. Maybe even follow up with them to see what they thought afterward. And it goes without saying that you need to make people feel seen and heard. Personal outreach goes a long way. When someone shares something, recognize them, acknowledge what they've said, thank them if that's appropriate even, and never underestimate the power of a personal message afterward, letting them know you appreciate them and their contributions to the community. Now, let's talk about the impact. So I asked our community to share some of the ways that our weekly virtual happiness hour call has impacted their lives. And here's what some of them had to say. Happiness Hour inspired me to take an improv class. I remember this call. It was just a few weeks ago, and it was one of the most beautiful calls we've had in the 2+ years of doing these happiness hours. And people were really getting vulnerable. We were talking about our insecurities, namely with public speaking. And one of the community members shared that they, years back, started taking an improv class, and it helped immeasurably with their public speaking, fear of public speaking. So this member took that and ran with it. She signed up for an improv class. The GoWP Happiness Hour has created more than just happiness for me. I've met other agency owners and freelancers in this group, and that has most definitely contributed to the success of my own agency. I would even consider some of them my actual friends. We just live far away from each other. I love seeing comments like this, and I do consider folks in the community my friends, and I know that they consider themselves to be friends with each other as well. And that all goes back to striking that balance of sharing your struggles, celebrating your wins, being vulnerable, and following up on connections that you make. So we have our virtual happiness hour calls, and I know that we're all talking on screen, but we have a chat in there, and I know that connections are being made left and right in there. People are DMing each other, asking for help, getting personal contact information to make these kinds of connections, to work professionally together and establish better personal relationships too. And it's just a wonderful thing when it's happening organically like that. Running your own business can be such a roller coaster. It's rewarding and comforting to learn from everyone else's struggles and wins. Plus, I've made some super valuable friendships and connections, some that have turned into content collaborations, new clients, and speaking opportunities. Again, this speaks to striking that balance, providing a space for contribution, allowing people to speak and fill those silent moments and voice their struggles and celebrate their wins. And that all opens the door to connections to be made professionally and personally. The happiness hours are a great chance to talk shop, to hear and share ideas, strategies, resources. They're an awesome opportunity to get some human connection and support one another. And they're a place where I've made some great referral connections. I really miss the happiness hour when it doesn't happen. You can see in these quotes that if you're able to strike that balance and bring people together to have real conversations and provide that space for it, it's a beautiful thing, and connections are made. And I miss happiness hour when it doesn't happen too. I love having that moment each week to connect with everyone in our community, for those who show up. And I also know that there are people who show up and are the observers, and they reach out to me and they say, I've been watching the happiness hour since they started. It's made such an impact on my agency, and they just need to observe, and that's enough for them, and that's fine. It comes in all shapes and sizes. So I love the benefit is there for anyone who's willing to show up and accept it. The Friday Happiness Hour call bring together a multitude of humble professionals who care for one another, share their knowledge freely, inspire personal and business growth, and provide a safe space to share honestly. I feel privileged and humbled each week. I love the use of the term humble here. That speaks to making sure that everyone knows we're all on the same level. Even if you joined the community yesterday, even if you're one of those people who joined the community aspirationally because you want to become a member of this community, you're welcome here. It's not as though we're here to hold a course and learn from one person. It's a conversation And it's because of the conversation that we know that we can grow from each other's experiences and provide that nuanced lens on our own experiences. Prior to finding this group, I felt alone in my journey. Your support, cheer, advice, and you support, cheer, advise, and include everyone every week with no judgment. You make everyone feel welcome. I've met wonderful people and had conversations and support that changed my business, my personal growth, and my mindset. When I can't make it, I feel a loss in my week. I remember when Callie joined her first happiness hour. She was someone who was an observer before, and we held a giveaway and she won, and she had to come on screen. Well, she didn't have to, she had the option to, and she seized the opportunity and she did it. And it's been amazing seeing her. I love seeing her in the happiness hour call each week. She speaks about her growth and she speaks to these things openly, and it's such a benefit to everyone in the community to have her there. So I love that she shared this. And Helen Keller is not a member of our community, obviously, but I love this quote: "Alone we can do so little, together we can do so much." And to wrap everything up here, it's the message that you can take away is to show up in your communities. I'm sure we all have Facebook groups that we're a member of, or meetups that we're members of, and they fill our inbox, or they fill our social feeds and all that, and we don't show up to those communities. Ask yourself why you're in there. And if it doesn't make the cut it. Show up to the communities you want to be a part of and take part in those communities. Contribute. Start out with observing, but then see how you can get involved. If you think it's a community that has potential, see if you can help optimize that potential and create something to have more opportunity for contribution from the members. It's really up to you how much you get out of your communities. And I hope that what you've been able to see in this presentation and with the candid sharing of some of the members here with those quotes, that it's when you show up and it's when you take part and contribute that you really stand to gain the most from your community. So again, that's my talk on the GoWP Virtual Happiness Hour and the Digital Agency Owners Community. I'm Emily Hunkler. You can find out more about our community if you are a digital agency owner or a web professional. You can find out more about that at gowp.com/community. You can find me on Twitter at Emalihu, Emalihu. And thank you so much for attending this short lightning talk today. I hope you all were able to get something out of it.
Thank you so much for your presentation. That was a lot of fun and definitely inspiring quotes.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you know what struck me between the two? They're almost at opposite ends of the spectrum, but in the middle of that is that community thing. And Lou, when you talk about, being a stand-up comedian, which has to take so much nerve, do you find that having that community of other comedians sort of supports and inspires you, like having that same community of digital agency workers?
Very much so. Very much so. I mean, the circuit in the I'm based in the UK, obviously, and the circuit is so huge. There are certain venues and districts that when you go to, you do start to see the same faces, and that's where you make your friendships, and that's where, I mean, I did a gig last week, and a professional comedian came up to me and said, "I love that joke about so-and-so, but why don't you extend it?" And I'm thinking, I've got this professional comedian giving me advice, and it's just amazing. It's something that would never happen if I was just down the pub, or so it's I do think the power of the community. I think what Emily said is absolutely right, be it online or face to face in that environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm curious, Emily, how many members do you have in your community now?
Yeah, we've got I think just over 1,900, so just over 1,900 members in there. I'll say though, the folks that show up to the weekly calls, that it's not 1,900 people. I don't know if Zoom supports that, but we get anywhere from, I would say, like 20 to 30 on average around there each week showing up.
Wow.
That's a impressive number. Yeah.
It is, because we all assume online that, all these millions and hundreds of thousands of people are turning up, when actually you don't. You just get that lovely stalwarts of people that turn up and want to be involved in what's going on.
Yeah, it is. And it's funny because when we first started it, we had no idea what to expect, right? When we first started it, we didn't have, 1,900 members either. We probably had 500 or something like that. It was in the early days. And we had no idea if anyone would show up. We thought, oh, maybe it'll just be us and people are watching us talk. And none of us had a lot of live streaming experience at that point. It was the early days of COVID, right? So we didn't know what would happen, but people showed up. They continued showing up. We continued holding them weekly. It became an important part of our week and of their week. And it's something that we know is important. So we continue to do it because it means something.
Yeah, makes sense. And I have to ask you, Lou, all the way through your talk, from someone who was in that place of attempting suicide and then standing on a stage doing comedy, what happened to get you to be able to do that? I can't imagine that the amount of confidence you would have to stand on a stage and be a comedian.
I actually have zero confidence. I don't know how I do it. No, truthfully, I think it is like what I said in the talk. I really believed that I was given a second chance. I'm not to sound too spiritual, but I believe that I didn't succeed. So obviously I'm here for a reason. And if that reason is to go back and do something that was on my bucket list, then no matter how scared I was, I just had to go and do it. And I was lucky that I was given an opportunity to do that. And 102 stage appearances later, 103 tonight, back at the place that I started. Yeah, there is one other thing that makes me show up. There is one other thing, and that's the fact that I have a 13-year-old son, and I'd really like him to be proud of his mum one day. So
I'm sure he's proud of you now. One day.
You are on an international stage at a world-class conference. If that is not enough, I don't know what is.
I don't even know how I'm here, to be honest. I feel like a complete fraud, like severe imposter syndrome's kicked in now.
She was off to Facebook, really. So, Emily and Lou, I'm going to ask you both this question. Oh, we've got some questions in the chat thing, right?
Ooh.
Yes. Yeah, I think Denise was the first one to ask, and she says, where can I find Lou Williams online?
Wow. I'm honoured. You will be able to find me on, I have a Facebook page, which is Lou Williams Comedy. I'm on Twitter as CSHQ101, I think. I'm on Instagram as Lou Williams Comedy. If you can hear a meowing, my cat has decided to pick this very moment, to start a fight with the other cat. So I sincerely apologise for that. Yeah, the usual places, and I do have a weblog. It's hosted on WordPress, and it's beyondthecshq.com.
Okay.
Right. Plenty of places to find you online.
Absolutely. We have a question from a lady called Joanne. Love to hear how the Happiness Hour has created impact for agency owners. I think that's more a statement than a question.
Yeah, I think it sounds more like a statement, but yeah, it's like it said in the quotes, I think more than anything, it's the connections that people have made. Being able to, if one agency owner, doesn't offer SEO services, they can connect to an agency owner that is in the community that specializes in SEO, and they get together and they, work together to provide their services and grow their business together. So I think that's been a huge impact it's had on their businesses anyway.
Yeah, it's
I'm leaving Taco for the next one.
yeah, it's obvious you brought some fans with you, Emily, because there's a lot of cheering going on in the chat.
That's nice to hear. Thank you.
So yeah, Kimberly Ortiz says, I absolutely love our weekly happiness hours. I look forward to it every week. And as you can see in the screen, Morayo says, you created a very welcoming and informative setting with the happiness hours, Emily. Proud to be a part of it with you.
Oh, that's so sweet to hear. And Morayo is someone who fills in as host for the happiness hours often too. So she does an amazing job. So thanks for coming today, Morayo.
It seems
about
to
to
me
stalk
that
Emily. I'm about to stalk Emily and join, I think.
Yeah, it just seems to me that one of the biggest messages coming out of this particular part was about connections, about whether it's person-to-person connections or you're connecting online, especially, in the last 2.5 years, that has become a major part in all our lives, wherever we may be. So how do you think other people can be making those connections? I don't care who starts first. Throwing it in there. Go on, Lou. You tell us how you think people could make some more of these connections.
Do you know what I would actually love to see? I would love to see the art of letter writing return.
Oh.
I really would. When was the last time you sat down and wrote a letter?
I just received one in the mail yesterday, actually. It is, and it's lovely. I had friends over this past weekend, and yesterday was Thursday. I had a card in the mail saying thanks for having us. So people do still do it, and it definitely has an impact. It made me feel nice. So I can get behind that 100%.
See, I think a lot of it with social media as well. I think it is exactly what Emily just said about showing up. It's all very well putting something on Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever you're on, but if people don't interact with you, sometimes you can feel like you're just talking to you're just talking to nobody. And I think that's the most important thing, is just the internet's a blessing and a curse. It gives everybody a voice. And everybody has an opinion. So you
I
have to
think, get going, Emily.
I was going to say, I think showing up in whatever capacity you're able to also, I can speak about the happiness hour calls. When you're live streaming on Facebook, you can kind of see, there's 10 people watching this, right? So you can see that. And so, there's people who aren't in the call who are watching. And there's always that number. And I do get emails from people, and they show up by emailing me after to say, hey, the topic today was really helpful. Thanks for that. I know I only watch, but it's enough for me, and that's great. And that's how they can show up. And I think that provides some sort of connection for folks. And eventually, maybe they will want to join in. But I think it's showing up in whatever capacity you're able to. And if it's something you feel like you need more of in your life, then kind of strive to do a bit more. Maybe show up to a call. And we always say, you don't have to turn on your video. You don't have to talk, but come join us in the call, because we have the chat going on and you're missing out on that if you're not here. So encouraging them, setting the bar as low as possible, just to make sure people know that they're welcome and we want them there in whatever capacity they're able to join. So I think if you feel like you need those connections, then kind of set that goal and try and show up as in a way where you do get that back and forth a little bit more than you might posting things on Twitter with no response, just throwing things into the void and seeing who catches it, right?
Absolutely. Have we got any more questions, Taco?
I think we're through all of them. So it was mostly cheering you on.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much for both of your presentations. Like Bev said earlier, they were so different and yet so connected. So also well done to the programming team here at WordFest. So Emily, Lou, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's brilliant.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And of course, a thank you to our sponsors Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. Make sure to visit their tents and chat with them, and you might even win some prizes. And don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. And also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors. And Bev, what's coming up in the next hour in the community tent?
Right, the next hour in the community tent, if I'm on the right one here, we have Cloudways have their Ocean WP. Tend to take over with the Ocean WP team, or you can join the Nexus with a chance to win. She says, looking at her script, because I have to keep looking down. So there's a 15-minute break in the schedule, I believe, now, and we will be moving on from Europe and on to the South American continent. So it's been a joy being with you. It's been a joy working with Taco, who knows what he's doing, even if I don't. Okay, and with that, I think we pass back to our sponsors and say thank you.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We try to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy, whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
My website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy, whether you sell boots, books, or bowls. It's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.
Welcome to WordFest. We are in South America now as part of our 24 hours of celebrating the people, the technology, and the big orange heart of WordPress.
WordFest Live not only delivers a festival, educational content, wellness sessions, and networking opportunities, but it's also a fundraiser for Big Orange Heart. Please visit that donate link at any time to support the mission of our organization.
WordFest Live is a 24-hour opportunity for the WordPress community to come together to feel less isolated, learn from one another, and be present with each other. Our first speaker in this region is Todd Halfpenny with spicing up online presentations with open source tools.
Todd is a tech and mobile-loving dad of two. He's been involved in the WordPress scene for well over 10 years and has developed many plugins, including widgets on pages. He's a developer by trade and loves to geek out when he gets the chance. Todd, you're on.
This is me. Oh, sorry. I was thinking there was some cue. No, thank you. Yeah, appreciate the time and everyone being here for this. Definitely like to initially say thanks to everyone at Big Orange Heart for putting this together. I mean, what an incredible event it's been so far. Yeah, so thank you to all of you and the sponsors for coming to my talk about spicing up your online presentations with OBS. That's this here, right? What I'm going to do, first of all, if it's okay, is just briefly introduce myself. Again, I know Topher did an amazing job just then, but I'm going to rattle through some of this again. So yeah, this is me. I'm Todd Halfpenny. You can find me here at Twitter and other places around the web, I guess. And yeah, as Topher said, I'm a developer by trade. I actually work with Salesforce by day for a company called Cadify. We're building like no-code app builders for people. But I have been a lover of WordPress for a long time now. I even once contributed to Core. That was that was some time ago, and it was quite a minor contribution, but I guess they all count, right? But other than that, yes, I've developed a few plugins in my time, not so active of late. Then I think the whole world's changed slightly of late. I've also been a volunteer and an organizer of past WordCamp events. And yeah, I think that's me, really. What are we going to be talking about today? Well, as the title suggested, I'm going to be talking about how we can use some software called OBS to spice up our presentations. And I'm going to be running this as a kind of online, like complete demo. So what we're seeing right now is going to be one huge demo. So please pray to the demo gods if you believe in them. There are trinkets of recorded video in here, and we'll explain why that's important as we get to it. But basically, we're going to be going, the idea is we're going to be going from a presentation that's like this, with a webcam, a full page screen, to something a bit more like this. So we've got a bit more richness to it in our online presentations. We're going to be trying to build this up as we go through. Right. And how are we going to be doing this? Let me click back to here. We're going to be using something called OBS, as I mentioned in the title. This stands for Open Broadcaster Software. It's a piece of open source software available cross-platform for Windows, Mac and OS, Mac OS and Linux. And I have this installed now, and I'm running this talk through the OBS software that's sending all of the output from this through through a virtual webcam that's sending all my content through. So I'm kind of controlling that here, and it can be used for as we're doing now through presentations like this. It can be used in Zoom calls, Skype calls, that kind of thing, and for recording as well. But on top of the software itself, it actually, excuse me, as well as the core product, there's also a whole load of, I guess, a community of people around it that help each other out. So there's some forums where you can get all sorts of help and advice on things. There's a whole plugins area and extensions area where you can add new bits and pieces to it as well. And there's as I said, there's plenty of documentation and forums too. So yeah, let's get started here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to attempt to build up a bit of a presentation whilst we're chatting. I'm just clicking through some windows now. And what we're going to attempt to do here is build up this presentation using OBS. You can begin to see how I'd potentially enrich something like this. And as I said, I'm sharing all my content now through this webcam stream, but I can get it to display other bits and pieces too. So I'm going to quickly display my desktop here. This is my live desktop. Actually, let me just turn on my mouse cursor so you can see that it's all for real. So this is my live mouse cursor right here. And what we're going to do is build up the screens that we have, that I demoed at the moment, which was kind of like, I think, this one here. We're going to try and build up something like this if we can. What we're going to do first of all is talk through a bit of the UI. What have we got? Oh, I said in the center here we have this big preview area. I've got that disabled at present, and that'll be well, we'll see why I've got it disabled in a second. Down the bottom left here, I've got some like a scenes area. These can be thought of as like our slides in a template, a presentation slide, for example. And each slide then has some sources on, and this one I'm on at the moment, WF3, I have a desktop and that's what's currently being presented. There's an area here that's exposed for the audio mixer. We're not actually using this today. You would do if you were potentially doing a recording, and you could then add some compression and dampening and things like that, maybe some echoes and whatever in there. We also have down the bottom right scene transitions, which can be used to cut in and out, and then some controls as well. This is where you might set up if you were doing a streaming or you were doing a recording, or in our case here, we've got this virtual camera, so it's quite important I don't turn that one off, I think. Right, so should we add some content to this now? This is going to get a bit weird for a second. So I'm just going to click Enable Preview. Oh, and you saw very quickly that we have this weird Inception type stuff going on. And that's because I'm presenting you my desktop through the software that's presenting the desktop, and so on and so forth. And down it goes into this lovely stream. So should we add something else? What do we have? Let's add my webcam in here. So I'm going to right click, and through these many pop-up windows, I'm going to click to select a video capture device. I've got a couple set up already. So I'm just going to use one of these two so we can get out of this weird Inception piece. And there's me. Hey, big webcam view. And I can shrink this down now. And I could move myself over to the side here. But as you see, it all gets a bit odd. But in the first sense, what I've done here is I've got a scene and I've added an extra source to it now. You can see them all trundling off into the distance down here. I'm going to disable the preview again now, I think, just because that got a bit much. And now you can see that I'm able to be presenting live over there, and I've got me here, so you can still see kind of how I'm acting and my body language and stuff like this, which hopefully is useful. Let's get on to see how we can build this straight away. Let's jump onto that now. So here is a recording. I've got Todd over here. He's building up this screen, and so he's adding his desktop in here at the moment for us. And with each source that gets added, there are some properties available for it. So in this case, he's choosing which desktop. Oh, sorry, he's adding the webcam first. Oh, so there's Todd. We can choose the resolution that comes up and which particular webcam's in there. That's it. Okay, add him in. Hi, Todd. Do you know which way to look? No, I'm that way. Hi, there he is. So we'll squish him down again onto the side and see how this works. Plop him in there. That's all looking good. Right, let's add, actually, with each source, if we right click on it, we could bring up a context menu that you're seeing down here now, where you can add more sources. You can copy them over. There's options to rename them as they appear in our sources listing. You can like order them up and down, like you could say you were building a set of slides up. But let's go ahead and add display capture. So this is me going to be adding a full desktop coverage, so screen share in now. Let's add a new one in here. Oh, even more Inception. We've added the screen share that I was building on. There we go. Let's add my other monitor, Hands G. I don't know how many people got Hands G. I think they're like some ex-military monitors or something. But in here, we can, when we add it, we can choose to add our cursor or not add our cursor, which could be handy if you're wanting to demo pieces like that or not. And then you can just drag things around and resize them. And there we are. I built the first screen up, and this is good. We've got some content on now, which is looking good. How about that? That's working really well. Now let's have a look at some of these scenes in more detail, shall we? So back here, this is live again. So this is me live. I can't move my mouse without that. And so the scenes down the bottom corner, as I said, I've got a few listed here, and these are there's a 2. Oh, sorry, a 2. If I click on that, that's just got my desktop in. And if I click on 3, which is the one we just built, I've got myself and a desktop being shared. And this is how we can control what's being sent out through whatever stream that we're doing. In this case, it's our virtual camera. So if I click on 1, just me up here again, click back on 3, and we come back down in here. As well as the scenes up here, let's say you were building, let's say you're working internally and you wanted to do a demo, you might have a set of scenes that are set up for an internal demo, perhaps. And so you can create these scene collections where you bundle up your scenes into categories or collections, I guess. It's in the name, isn't it, really? So you might be presenting a lot to external customers, in which case you might have a set of scenes that are set up for those kind of external demos, maybe one for internal, maybe you've got ones for streaming. And you can also set up separate profiles as well for that kind of thing. So I have a profile in here called WordFest. This is set up so I got a 1080p virtual camera output, whereas I might have one for streaming. Let's say I was doing some Minecraft videos, games, or something that could all be in there. And that's quite handy, I think. And the next thing to note is this scene transitions down here. You might have noticed when I flick between them at present, there's a kind of a small fade, and that's what we get there. Let's lengthen that. Should we lengthen it to what, 800 milliseconds? So if I now do a switch, you can see it's a much more gradual phase in and out. And you can see how this can begin to add some excitement to our presentations. What about swipe? Should we swipe between? Oh yeah, that's fancy, isn't it? We can swipe between our scenes now, and as I click there, this is coming on. Should we leave it as swipe? I think we'll leave it as swipe. That's pretty good. You can also add others, so others will come from some of the plugins I mentioned that are available online. You could add some further ones in here that maybe do that kind of 1980s phasing in and out between scenes, maybe some explosions. You can have movies, audio, whatever you want in there. Yeah, so that's transitions as well. I'm going to move back over a second and put my slides back on in here. Just for a second, because we're now talking about let's do something else, shall we? Let's spice this up even more. So we've got this kind of look at the moment, which is pretty cool. But as I mentioned, maybe you want to be doing external presentations to customers, and you want to get your brand and stuff on there. So let's look at that, shall we? Let's get some branding on. So I'll pass back over to Todd again. And see if he can help us put some branding into our setup. There we go. So I've added another type of source in now, which was an image. I've already got the logo defined in this project, so I'm just going to copy that in. But essentially, you would click to locate a local file. There we go. Look, we can stick in our branding, our logo just up there. That's our Cadify logo, and I can unhide it, and now you can see it up there too. That's pretty cool. With the assets, you can see that it's just a local file I've got that's been placed in there. Yeah, good job, Todd. I think this is looking good. It's coming along, isn't it? It's a long way from a standard PowerPoint deck, I think. What about, let's say you were doing a presentation like this and you were hoping to build a bit of your personal brand out of it. What we can do is let's add some contact details in as well, right? So another type of source you can add into your presentation is just some text. Again, I'm going to be using an existing asset I've added to this project, mostly because I can't be trusted to type as I type and spell. In fact, have I spelled architect correctly? Probably not, but that's okay. And let's have a look at the properties available. So this font type, you can guess what they'd be really. You can choose the type of font, the color, style, size, and things like that. I don't think we'll change anything here for this technical architect. Is that spelled? Yeah, it is. Good. What about, as well as that, I'd like people perhaps to be able to contact me via the Twitter so they can see during my talk my Twitter handle. It's not just in the intro slide, and it will be there the whole time. So let's put this in as well. In fact, I'll put it up on here. I forgot to unhide that. And there's my Twitter handle. And as with other sources, Todd's just selected some of the properties available for this, and there's a font color. Do you want to change the font color? No, I don't think so. No, it might look okay, but I'm completely colorblind, so I've got no idea. Yeah, Todd, that looks good. Thank you very much. And so yeah, now you know who I am as well. So again, our presentation is beginning to spice up, and you could have scenes with basically different layout scenes. You can imagine that you were demoing maybe a website that had a mobile site, responsive site, as well as desktop site. You could potentially have two sets of screen shares on the same presentation, switching between them very quickly, or even on the screen at the same time. What about spicing up even further? How are we going to take this further, Todd? What can we do here? Well, I mean, my first opinion of this is it's still a bit boring. It's not really spiced up. We've got some like hard info in here. We've got to spice it up. Let's add a nice background to this slide deck. And I think something that works quite well actually is a subtle looping movie. Here I've got one on my machine. This I got from pixabay.com. It's a free asset. And in the properties, when I add it in, I can set it to loop. I can change the speed if I want to, and all sorts of different bits and pieces. Let's stretch it up so it's the full width of our presentation. And then by right clicking, we can send it down to the bottom. Hey, and there it is. It's coming along, I think, quite nicely. And you can see we've got all of this looking quite fancy here. But let's say you were doing a presentation of a site. You built maybe a WordPress site, something like that, and you wanted to give your audience some context around what you were demoing, make them feel like they actually are seeing it really. And then so you can add another. I've got another image I'm just adding here, which is essentially just like a MacBook surround. I think they're called MacBooks. I'm normally a Linux user, although I'm on a Mac Mini today. But yes, you could add this type of thing in. Todd, yeah, that looks really good now. So let's say we were presenting a site we built, we could be talking about it, and for people viewing it, they say, oh yeah, look, this is what it's going to look like. Look how cool it's going to look on our customers' computers, and they'll be very excited about that, I think. Oh yeah, that's looking snazzy. That was the background. Where next? Yeah, so now I'm going to talk to you something about that I find really quite exciting in here. This is the ability to add some kind of accessibility to our talks as well now. And what I've got here, so this is live again. This is a live window. This is a Chrome window, and I've gone to webcaptioner.com, which is a site for live transcribing, and I've, via the settings in the bottom corner here, I've set the screen to be the background to be green. I think it's green anyway. It's a type of color, green maybe. And what we can do is I've also set it to a specific window size. That's okay, just via, I think, I don't think you see extension window there, but if I click start captioning now, hopefully you'll see it beginning to live transcribe my talk or my audio as I'm talking, which is pretty handy. But what we can do with OBS is not just have this on the screen as it is now and how it looks, but using some of the effects and filters that are available. So I can take, I can add a chroma key, I think is what it's called when you try and green screen stuff. I can match it to this particular window or this particular source, and tell it to make that color transparent. I can also then crop what's being output for this source and take off the edges, and basically we're going to lose all the chrome surround and start putting myself or putting the window in without seeing what it looks like. So should we give that a go? I'm just going to switch scenes again. How cool is that? So we've got a presentation now which hopefully has well, it's got me and some screen share. I could be talking about anything, I guess, over here. People know who I work for, so if I'm presenting to a customer, that's good. My brand is getting out. I've also got some information about myself, so people know who I am, and also how to contact me. We've given it a nice rich background color, and also this Mac surround. And now I've added this incredible level of accessibility, I think, to a live stream, which is the live captioning. It's not 100% as you might be able to see, but I think it really does add something to a talk. Yeah, so what else can we do with OBS? Well, I hope what you've seen so far has kind of inspired you a bit, but as I mentioned at the beginning, there are lots of plugins, so you can add different effects to your transitions. I could be green screening my webcam view, so my head could just be I can have it floating around. You could put timers on. You can bring in data from external sources. So I could have, for example, below here, I could have like a Twitter stream maybe, or I could have a Q&A, questions coming in below me, like a feed. You can also write your own. This is open source, right? Which is another great thing about it. So you can write your own, and the community is huge around it as well. As I said, lots of people use it in streaming. So I watch a fair amount of gardening content and Minecraft. So people on YouTube and people on Twitch are using this type of thing all the time to enrich their content, I guess. And as we discussed, you can green screen things, you can crop assets, you can rotate them, flip them, and so much more, I think. And to be honest with you, I've only really just been scratching the surface of what OBS can do, I think. So with that, let's talk about the resources I've used here. Well, the obsproject.com is where I downloaded OBS from. I used YouTube. There's many any content providers. There's loads of content on how people have set up OBS to best work for them in different scenarios. And as I use Pixabay for the video background image here, which I think is fairly subtle, but also brings something to the talk. And I think that is it. Thank you. I don't know if I can welcome some questions at some point.
You certainly can. We have several questions here. Jenny McKinnon asked two that are pretty similar. But let's talk about the advantages and disadvantages of using open source presentation tools over premium ones.
Oh, I think that rings true in not just presentation tools, but many tools, right? So, firstly, I guess there's your initial money outlay that comes into question if you're just wanting to play with a tool and see potentially what it can do. Then a free tool allows you a very early, easy access. When it comes to support, I guess this is quite a double-edged, or there's two sides to this argument, right? We're all in, we're well aware of the amazing support that you can get from the WordPress community, but it's not premium, and it's I guess that's why you have people who are agencies, because you might want might want paid for support, you might want 24/7 support, that kind of thing. So
Sure.
I guess with tools like this, it's very similar in that you get the same benefits with the same cons. So for example, as a developer, I can get in, I can see the code, I could write a plugin if I wanted something specific for my use case. Whereas if I had a paid for tool and I wanted something on their roadmap, I got next to zero chance of having any influence, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I hope that answered the question.
Yeah.
Thanks, Todd. Similar question for you. What would you say are the disadvantages of using open source presentation tools over premium ones?
The disadvantages. I'm going to be honest and say I haven't used many premium ones, so I'm unaware of what the gap might be, like a feature gap, whether these things run at parity or not. I don't think I've run into any. I don't think I've personally run into any problems with OBS in general that's meant that I can't do what I wanted to do. There have been some frustrations. I mentioned at the beginning, I also use Linux, and there were some quirks there at the beginning, but the later releases have all been outstanding, I think. Yeah.
All right. The next one is also from Jenny McKinnon. Are there certain situations you wouldn't want to use OBS? Is it reliable enough even for enterprise agencies?
I'd say it probably is better if you're using an enterprise. And so one of the disadvantages I found with using OBS as opposed to doing a straight presentation is if using some of the conference tooling don't give you like a 1080p source option for your webcam. So if you're using, for example, a free Zoom account, you won't get 1080p, and in fact, I don't think you get 720p by standard. So if you were doing let's say you were doing a screen share as well, where it's like this one, potentially the content on here, if it was quite small, it could become a bit granular. That hasn't been such an issue, but if you're an enterprise customer and you're paying for like top quality streaming calls or conference tools, then actually I think OBS works really well. Yeah.
Cool.
Great. I have a question for you, Todd.
Yes, go ahead.
What are some of the most interesting use cases that you've observed with OBS?
That's a good question. I would think. So I watched. There's a chap called DJ Yoda. I don't know if you know of him. He's a British DJ. I think he's been around quite a while now. He's probably my kind of age. And he does a Twitch stream, especially over lockdown. Like lots of people are trying to take advantage of what's available online. And it's just amazing what can come on. So he's DJing, so he's got his audio being fed through into the stream from his decks. He's got a picture of him. He then has like a chat from his Discord, I think, coming in. And so he can see this, but obviously anyone watching gets all of this rich content in one place, so they can see, oh yeah, look, so and so's joined the chat. I can chat to them too now. And it is pretty clever. And in fact, the captioning thing was quite good. So if you're doing recorded presentations or streaming through a streaming service, you can use something like Web Captioner, and instead of displaying it through the Chrome like I did, you actually put it into the feed, and so it becomes like the official captioning of the stream. So for accessibility wise, tools like this, I think, really add a lot to the game. Yeah.
So I have a question too, but I'm going to skip it for now because Jenny has one, and I think we know the answer already. She says, "Are you able to use it for live streams?" Which I think you're doing right this minute.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is a live stream. It's when I've done streams not presenting on OBS, it's been a bit easier. My desktop, if you could see my desktop here, it would be I've got windows everywhere because I'm trying to reshare things I'm presenting. But actually, if you're doing a live presentation, it's really good for live streaming. People have even got you can get like hardware keys to hook up, so you can like have nice big buttons that say this is your webcam, or this is the stream on and this is the stream off, and you don't have to like fiddle about too much with mice and keyboards and things. But yeah, definitely live streaming. I think it's a very cool tool to use.
So my question was, what Linux distro do you use, and does OBS do a good job supporting all distros, or mostly just RPM and Deb based?
Ooh, so I'm on Ubuntu.
Okay.
I think I'm quite stubborn. I have been for, well, I think it was what Red Hat was possibly when I was in enterprise many years ago, and then Ubuntu went as a normal like everyday consumer user, and I've not moved from it. I probably should, but there's just too many out there to try.
Oh yeah.
But so yeah, I don't know. I just have like the Debian installs. I'm afraid.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. But like I said, the community's large from what I found, so it's pretty good.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Todd, I'm wondering if it seems like you've used OBS a lot. Do you have any tips or advice for somebody who might be new to it in terms of how to get used to it, how to use it smoothly and effectively?
I guess, I mean, I think as with most tech, if you're not doing something on a production box, like you're not mucking around with a production web host or site, just play with it. That's kind of how I got into it. So I saw a couple of videos, someone mentioned it, and I just downloaded how to play, and then watched lots of videos on people and how they used it. Like I said, I'm only really scratching the surface of what it can do, I think. But yeah, get in, have a play, and then like with all best things, jump into the community and get chatting to people as well, I think, because they're more than happy to tell you how you should be doing things. Yeah.
One more question from Peter. How do you find and manage all the OBS plugins? I want to create training videos and want premium capabilities.
So on the OBS site, let's see if I can go back to that. There's actually that's Paul. That's my fuzzy screenshot. Sorry, it shouldn't be like that. There's a resources tab on the OBS project site, and you can filter in there by the type of extension you're looking for. So on the screen here, there's there's a scoreboard one, some streaming effects, move transition. So that's where if you were switching between these scenes, for example, I could have my Catify branding will like whoosh, swoosh off and swoosh in, like each thing can do different bits. But yeah, so the go to the resources menu item on the obsproject.com site, I think is probably the answer there. And they're paid for ones as well if you want to.
Are those paid for ones also on the OBS site, or is there like an external
I
store?
think they are. Yeah, I think they are. I mean, part of me, I don't like I don't think I pay for much software. I try not to pay for much of anything.
You Linux hippies. You probably have long hair.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, get involved in the community, write something, build something, and then I think that's quite a nice way of paying for your use of these things.
Yeah. All right. I'm not seeing any more questions anymore at the moment.
Oh, that was a good lot. They weren't too tricky, I hope.
Thank you so much, Todd. This is great.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, and thank you, both of you two, for emceeing and everyone else at Big Orange Heart for everything today. It's been awesome.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Todd, so much. And our thanks to our sponsors, Bluehost, Cloudways, GoDaddy Pro, Nexus, Yoast, and Weglot. please be sure to visit their tents and chat with them, and you might even win some prizes. Don't forget to get your photo snapped in the photo booth and tweet it out with the WordFest Live hashtag. Also, thank you to our media partners and our micro sponsors.
In the community tent, in the next hour, Cloudways have their hourly giveaway with a special guest activity. GoDaddy Pro with a panel on working remotely with ADHD and Marcus Burnett and Benjamin Green. Nexus is delivering a genius bar with Tiffany and Luke. Weglot open up their meet and greet, so go say hi. Bluehost is running a Yappy Hour. Stop by with your pet and meet other pet owners in the remote community. There's a 1 hour break in the Stage 2 schedule now, so head over to the community tent, and we'll be back on the hour. You make our big orange hearts full.
Do you know the Yoast Seo Plugin? The red, orange, and green feedback bullets that help you optimize your posts for the web? It runs on millions of websites. We tried to make SEO understandable and accessible to everyone.
Oh great, my website crashed again. I give up. No! Don't give up on your dreams, Jordan. Who are you? It's me, you, from the future. Your professional website is not out of reach. You just need Nexus. With Nexus Managed Hosting, you get lightning-fast load times, built-in performance monitoring and updates, and always awesome support 24/7, 365 for all your projects. Whoa, yeah.
Discover Weglot, the simple translation solution for your website. All you have to do is add Weglot to your website. Select the languages that you need, and that's it. Your website is now available in multiple languages.
Who says building an online store has to be hard? With Bluehost Website Builder, it's more than just easy. It's tell us your thing and smart AI will take it from there easy. It's WooCommerce friendly, so you can add one of these or swap this for that easy. It's set up shop in minutes with unlimited products easy. Whether you sell boots, books, or bowls, it's create an online store with Bluehost easy. Build beyond boundaries with Bluehost.